Well, there goes the Daverhood. Good morning. Actually, I feel like when I do that now, I almost feel like that classic moment in The Simpsons when Apu is working like 96 hours straight at the Quickie Mart, and he at one point he
David,
hallucinates.
David, watch out, watch out. There's a protester going to jump on you and take your shirt.
I would hope not. That would be as long as it doesn't stab me for it. You know, that's been the kind of week it's been in the world. But does everybody remember Apu when he believes that he is a hummingbird of some kind? And they have him on closed circuit, and he's just like with his little arms like this, and just like back and forth across the store, because he literally imagines he's a hummingbird. It's a wonderful. This is before they I guess took Apu away because it was racially offensive or something like that. But this is the most beautiful moment, really, one of, in the whole history of The Simpsons. So now, when I open the show and I go like, there goes the day. That, by the way, the person joining me in voice and harmony, sort of, is my darling and adorable DGB helper, Dave's Gone By helper. I also call her wife and occasionally Joyce. Hello, wife Joyce.
Hello, honey. You look great.
Why, thank you. I thank you. This is one of my
You
wife's
looking sharp.
favorite shirts too. That you bought this for me, right?
I bought it before we watched My Octopus Teacher.
Right. Do we get this after we watch that movie?
I bought it before, so I got that I think at Kohl's before, and we bought it before we watched Sea of Love.
Oh, well, yes. We've also been watching this animated series on Netflix called Sea of Love, which is really for like 5-year-olds. Which is why I love it. And it's like Bruga, Bruga, gentle whale, and Wayu is a cheerful ray, and they have
Yes.
a seahorse who's very mild.
He's very cute.
And then the shark is the bravish. What kind of?
Yeah, but he's also not the brightest. And the teacher has a weird shaped head for an octopus. It's very disturbing.
Well, don't octopuses have those like heads that are
I
halfway
don't
this
know.
way? Like those two sisters whose heads were joined together.
It's disruptive for me. Also, what I really love is that the stingray he lives in an intergenerational family, right, with his grandma and grandpa. I love that. So I think that's so cool.
It's a cute little show.
Very
We've seen every episode because all the episodes are like long, and there's only 10 of them. So I hope they make more Seas of Love as opposed to Sea of Loves.
They probably will make another season. Like if it's like everything on Netflix or whatever, if people watch it,
Yeah.
they will create more, right? I mean,
or they order 3 seasons like a game. If they like something, they'll say, not just do 1 season, as long as we're throwing the money into it. Let's do 2 or 3, and then we'll see if we renew for a 4th or we kill you.
How many did we see? I mean, how many are there? How many
really
did we
12
see?
to 16, but they're only
2 minutes?
7 minutes long. Yeah. It's not even like the Bugs Bunny cartoon. They're just like, oh, whale has to cook some plankton pie, goes to school. All the other kids have crappy lunches, and then learns to share her lunch, and it's over in 4 minutes. It's like, oh, okay, but it's cute. It's enjoyable. It's sweet. It's sweet in a time when nothing is sweet, right? That's why I guess when you get older, when you get my age, you kind of look for. When I was in my teens, when I was in my 20s, I was looking for everything ugly. I was looking for everything that was absurdist, everything ridiculous, everything that showed how dark and miserable the world is. And now that I realize how dark and miserable the world really is, I want to watch like nice things about nice people and sweet things. I mean, occasionally, and funny things always. But I don't want to wallow anymore.
No, but you always like cartoons. You like Duckman.
I like what? Duckman?
Duckman.
Duckman was great. Of course, Family
Guy. Simpsons. You like Simpsons.
Simpsons.
The hormone monster one. That hormone.
Oh, Big Mouth. Yes.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. It really is. You're not. I mean, you tolerate it when I watch it, but you're not generally into the animated shows. I'm guessing.
I don't know. It does something with my vision. It's not always my favorite, but it's okay.
Whoa.
Yeah, they're okay.
Japanese like cartoons that gave kids seizures.
Yeah, I think I'm. Oh my goodness! There's a picture of Stan. Look at that.
Stan Reisler.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
He looks good. I'm trying to give him a like. He's at 11 others at Avocados Mexican Grill. They're having a good time.
Good. Stan is one of our super fans, if you will,
Yes.
who has taken my image and pictures of me from the show and from the davesgoneby.com website and actually made fan art of them.
Yes.
Unbidden. One time I asked him to do
Oh,
one,
yes.
but that was already after he'd done a couple, just of his own volition, of putting my ridiculous head on like the statue of David. What else did he? He did some things that are not right for polite company, but absolutely right for the show. And it's a beloved thing because what do I crave? What do I need, Joyce? What more than anything else in the world?
Adulation, pure adulation, pure devotion.
Yeah, I need people who I don't know, loving me and saying I'm the best ever.
David, I just saw a picture of Vicky Quaddy hugging a Domino's pizza box. I don't know what's going on Facebook.
We're living in strange times. Now, Vicky's another great friend of the Daverhood. She has been on the show countless times, often playing our trivia quiz. She's the co-creator of Late Night Catechism out in Chicago. So if you're out there by the Greenhouse Theater in Chicago this weekend, she does Bible Bingo. She, as I said, co-wrote, co-created Late Night Catechism, whether she's in it or they've got someone else playing the nun. And then there's probably another one that she's working on too. We'll get her back on the show soon, but not today because we actually have our 3 panelists for our upcoming trivia quiz, the Today Yesterday quiz. If you've never seen it, you're in for a treat. It's trivia questions, some of them ridiculous, some of them spot on. And we have 3 people, friends of the Daverhood, who play it, including David Sheward, who is a theater critic for theaterlife.com and culturaldaily.com, Leslie Hoban Blake, who is the co-host.
Who won last time, David?
Oh, David won in a walk. He won literally by the end of the second round.
Oh, geez, Louise.
Last week was like, oh my, okay, it's just David, just keep answering questions. Like, okay. But the crown is takeable. He has not always won. Leslie has beaten him. Sometimes new panelists, guests on the show, first timers, have even won. So it's not a fait accompli. It really isn't. So, David and Leslie will be playing opposite our guest in the Daverhood today, who will be also chatting with one, the only, the Jewish, Rabbi Saul Solomon. He will be talking to on NBC, ABC, I think every other channel at some point early in her career, but those are the 2 main ones. And she's still on NBC as we speak. Jen Maxfield, news reporter, occasional anchor at NBC TV New York. And she's, one of those people who goes out there in the morning, gets in the van with a cameraman, with a helper to touch up makeup and take notes and stuff like that. Go out there, get the story, come back to the studio by middle of the afternoon, I guess, early, and then chop, get 2.5 minutes.
Wow.
And it goes on the 5 o'clock news, right? And then probably repeat it on the 6 or 7 o'clock news. And then does it all again. 4 or 5, maybe days a week after week, year after year.
Wow.
She's a news reporter. And I don't think we've ever had, except I think one time we had a guy from New Jersey, and forgive me for forgetting his name, but he won a couple of awards out there and did the news thing before he went into another field. Forgive me, I can look him up in the archives at davesgoneby.com.
Yes, you should.
But this is a major NBC New York news reporter named Jen Maxfield. Unfortunately, I don't have the picture of her on the book. Very attractive lady, by the way. But she is the author of Jen Maxfield. More after the break. Actually,
it's such a great name. It's like you got to get a catchy name for a book. I think that name is like perfect. It's a perfect name.
And one of the great things about the book is that it is not, here's my life story. I went to journalism school here, I did this here, and then I did this, and these were some of the most interesting stories I covered, yada, yada, yada. Here's what
David, Robert Callum said whom, and then he said good morning.
When he said good morning, what did he say before that?
WHOM, whom.
Maybe he's having some intestinal trouble. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man, whom? Oh, no, well, Robert. Oh, I guess it was who versus whom is what he was talking about. And that's very confusing because it's to whom and for whom, but I gave the book to the person who is going to be doing that. So suddenly it doesn't become whom, and it's very, I'm an English freaking teacher and I still can't get it right. But so I'm not sure you're
Sorry,
right.
David. I was trying to, on my side, I'm trying to open another window with you, but I can't stop you from talking in the second window.
I know. Well, actually, if you're watching on Facebook, you can lower the volume on the second Facebook.
Just did, but it was like it
Oh.
did not stop. You would not stop.
For 3 hours, I don't stop. That's the show called Dave's Gone by the way. But here's the deal about More After the Break by Jen Maxfield, who will be talking to Rabbi Saul Solomon about the book in a little over an hour from now. She it isn't just about a career overview or just like, and then I went to the store, this funny thing happened or this tragic thing happened. She's covering these big stories, Hurricane Sandy's and terrorist attacks and things like that. Does the hit and run journalism as journalists do. You get up in the morning, you do a couple of interviews, you get 30 seconds, if that, of a quote, then 20 seconds of another quote, you get some coverage and back and over to the editors and voiceovers when you need it. And it's on the air and you're done, right? Maybe if it's a really big story, you follow up for a couple of days during that week. She went back and she said, what does this do to the person who's covering this? And what happens to the people who are really in this story? People who are horribly maimed, almost killed in things that happen. What happens when someone suffers a tragedy and they lose a person? The family goes on. The news goes on, life goes on, but the family, the people close to them or the people themselves have to live for not just that week, but that month, that year, the next 5 years, the next 10 years. So in this book, Jen Maxfield goes back and interviews people.
You know what they call it, David? And so when we collect data and analyze data and research, and you read the data and you go through it, we call it secondary trauma. So you have another experience of living through something or somebody else living through something and you experiencing it. But I'm sure the people who experience it, when they read about themselves and people call them and say, oh, I saw your story in the blah, 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 it probably re-traumatizes the, I'm curious to see what she'll say. It's a very interesting concept.
Tremendously interesting.
Yeah, it's a great concept for a book.
20 years and saying,
oh
hey, you probably don't even want to hear from me because I was there at this cataclysmic moment of your life.
Yeah.
But if you're willing to talk, and sometimes they're very like, oh yeah, absolutely. Or because they did this story, we were in some financial need and people donated. And
really? What time is she on, David? I want to send the message to people, but I don't want to give the wrong time.
Well, Jen Maxfield is scheduled to join us at 10:30 in the morning Eastern.
Okay, I'm going to say that. Okay.
About an hour and 15 minutes from now. And then she'll be staying on to play the Today Yesterday quiz.
Oh boy, she's going to be a contender for David.
Because if there's someone who's going to know local news and history over the past 25 years.
But not history.
Well, no, the quiz is kind of stupid that way. But that's the point of our Today Yesterday quiz and why we'll be talking to Jen Maxfield. I've read the book.
10:15 a.m.
Yeah. 10:30 a.m.
Okay.
And Rabbi Saul has read the book. It's really good. As I was reading it, I was thinking, when I first opened it, I was like, oh, okay, let's hear her story. And then I realized what she was doing in the book and how deep she was trying to go psychologically into how these things affect people years down the line, how they get on and how they get along and get over things and move on, but also her thought processes, her ideas of what it meant to go there, just parachute into a calamity and then leap out. What that does to you psychologically in terms of not really having a cry with someone, having a moment that sort of you're making up because it's on TV and everything's hyper at that second when the camera rolls, but then leaping away and it's really not your tragedy. You're just parachuting in and leaping out. And fascinating stuff.
And so in research, we call it crash and burn. You don't do it. You crash and burn. So you go in, you get what you need, and you're out. Or helicopter, right? You're in and out. But it's that, how do you make the connection, do what you need to do, but not add further damage, right? And that's a huge.
But one thing that you generally don't do, go back, like when you were doing a piece, we all went to Italy about 12, 14 years ago, and we're interviewing people, older people, who lived in a town that was hit by a really bad earthquake, right? Yeah. And so what do? You go there, and you can see this building's fine, this building's fine, this building almost rubble, but there's still an old woman who goes and cleans the stoop even though she can't live there anymore. She's in an apartment, 5 blocks away, but she still comes and takes care of the house that's not really a livable house. So you talk to her, right? You're very nice to her. You have a translator. You're trying to get data from her, even though you're trying to be nice and empathetic. And then it's not like a year later, hey, how's she doing? You really don't care. She might be alive.
I wouldn't say you don't care. I think that some research is short term and some is long term, but you have to. They're ethical standards. Like the difference, I think, between reporting and like social science or research, everybody has a code of ethics. So for us, like as researchers, you have to go through an ethics panel or IRB. You have you can't do something unless you're approved. And I assume with the newspaper or a reporter, it's an editor or it's some ethical code that you have to follow. But they're very different in terms of who regulates it,
I'm sure the only ethical codes is tell the truth. Don't fudge the actual thing. Don't cut the interview in such a way that they're saying something that they're not actually saying.
And don't you have to get a number of sources that confirm the same thing? Or
well, if you have first person, if you have a fire, you're going to talk to the fire department guy, and then one person who's standing outside the fire, when they were taken out of their house at 3 o'clock in the morning and told to run downstairs, and now they're watching it burn. That's you don't have to necessarily reconfirm the fact that the building's on fire. Your camera's on the smoke. You're talking to the fire chief. You're talking to one or two of the people. You get 15, 20. I mean, now I've never been a news reporter like that. I've been an arts journalist. So maybe I'm speaking out of my head, and she'll tell Rabbi Saul something different.
I'd be curious.
We talk to 5 people, and we only use 2 of them. Right, we get background, and then but we've only put 2 people on camera because it's a 2.5 minute segment. That would be sort of interesting too. It would be very interesting to me.
I'd be interested because we had a friend. Well, I still have a friend who covered a very controversial trial, I think for the Daily News, and she talked about the editorial process in the newsroom and how those things occur and the layers of stuff. So I'd be curious if the rabbi goes there with Jen. Jen? What am I saying, Jen?
Jen, that's her name, Jen Maxfield.
Okay, I just had a blip. Okay.
Yeah, no, believe me, we have so many people in our lives now named Jen, Janet, Janine, Jeremy. Although I generally don't make that.
Jeremy.
Jeremiah, Jeremiad. I know 7 Jeremiads just this past week.
I never heard that name before.
It's not an actual name, it's a word. But anyway. What else we heard? The 857th episode of Dave's Gone By, that this is live on this July 9th, 2022. So yes, Jen Maxfield will be here. Yes, Rabbi Saul will be here. Yes.
Cool.
We'll have our quiz. We will also, of course, have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. This is because Jen, there's another one. I was going to say Jen and I, Joyce and I.
My secret name.
In Colorado. That's our special name when we're doing naughty things, and it's our safe name. So if I and then I say Jen, it's like stop.
No.
Don't do that. We're going to
can do, no bueno.
Going to Beaumar, Colorado.
Spell it, B-O.
2 words, Bowmar, Beaumar, Colorado, where I've never been there, even though we lived in northern Colorado, but I took it into my head years ago to write a poem, as many as I could, about as many towns, cities, metropoli, and even the tiniest little hot dog stand burg in Colorado. And Beaumar is one of them. Beaumar is actually not so tiny. It's part of the Denver greater metropolitan area. So it's in northern central Colorado. But I've written a poem about it. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
I have more than 200 of these Colorado limericks of the dam.
Maybe you should try to publish them, or maybe some towns could adopt them as their slogan. Don't towns have mottos, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, they're limericks. They're short. They're 5 lines long. Most of them, as you well know, though, are really disgusting.
Oh.
You know, they're not something that a town would want to put on its official website, because there's people getting, you know.
It depends on the town.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, no, there's molestations and murders and awful things, poisoning, you know, just any possible bad thing that can happen in a comical way in a limerick.
Why don't you write a limerick for the winner of the Nathan's hot dog contest? You could do a limerick for both of them.
Well, let's see. Well, pseudo would be a good name to rhyme with. You know, I can't do it off the top of my head.
Pluto. When you win the contest, Mickey Pseudo, I feel like my heart races and runs to Pluto.
Okay, that
and
doesn't stand so much, but yeah.
What is Dudo? Is Dudo a word?
Hey, Dudo. You can kind of play with it. You can have Rudo, you know.
Yes.
She makes me think of something rudo.
Yes, and then when she eats those hot
in a nudo, you know.
And when she eats those hot dogs, it feels very crudo.
And I once saw her gangbang menudo. There you go. See that's a Colorado limerick of a dam kind of poem that we do on this program. A little later in the program, it's our Colorado limerick of the dam. And since you brought it up, Joyce, now I'm also thinking, I don't know, I want to maybe bring back Dave's Big Dictionary. I'm thinking of doing that too.
Do I have it here? You want me to fetch it?
The dictionary's right on the bookshelf.
I'll get it. Hold on.
Let's do that. Let's yeah.
I gotta find it.
This is Dave killing time because he doesn't have quite enough material to fill 3 hours today. Especially we've front loaded all the stuff or rear loaded the stuff, if you'll pardon the expression, for the second half of the show. This is much more extemporaneous here, although we do have Greeley Crimes and Old Times.
You let me know when you want me to find a word.
Well, find a word now.
Okay.
And let me tell people what you're doing. Joyce has a dictionary. It's a rather old dictionary, but we have one. And she's going to open it up at random, flip her thumb through it, and literally just any page in the dictionary.
I have it if you need it.
Blindly put her finger on a word with her eyes, literally with her eyes closed, open her eyes and tell me what the word is. And then in a little while, I will try and talk for 3 to 5 minutes. It used to be 5 to 10, but I've had COVID. I'm brain dead. So like 3 to 5 minutes about whatever this word brings to mind. So Joyce, so I can write it down now and think about it in the back of my little head. What word did you come up with for Dave's Big Dictionary?
Hit and run.
Is it hyphenated?
Hit hyphen and hyphen run. Hitting then escaping. It's also called hit skip.
Is it really?
Hit skip, yes.
Hit skip. I've never, that has certainly, I think they were trying to make that a word. I think whoever was editing the dictionary that year said, hit skip would be cute. Let me pop it in there and see if anybody uses it. And in 2 years, it's like, well, no, nobody, doesn't exist. They're sticking with hit and run. Even though it's harder to write.
Oh, honey, let me tell you a bad Facebook joke. It's actually good.
Oh, tell me.
Why did the farmer build a chicken house with 4 windows?
Oh, because he wanted the coop to be a co-op? No. Why didn't you build a chicken house with 4 windows? Because he was cheap? I give up. Why?
Because he wanted a sedan instead of a coupe.
I did get the co-op part. You
did very well. You were almost there, honey.
That's very cute. Who shared that joke, by the way?
That was shared on the Facebook by the beloved and lovely Jeffrey Mosier, who I believe is he Dr. Mosier now? I believe I want to say Dr. Mosier, but
congratulations, Jeffrey. Yeah. But if you're going to share jokes like that, we will have to block you.
I don't know if he is a doctor. I think he defended, but I can't remember. I'm sorry, Jeffrey.
Back when I was teaching at UNC, he was going for years for his doctorate. I think he got it.
He's lovely. So lovely.
Wonderful fella.
Yeah.
But our
his humor is a little bit, we got to get better jokes, Jeffrey.
Yeah. That's what people say about this show. Believe me. So I got that. If I have time, I'm going to talk about Hit and Run on Dave's Big Dictionary. Before that, and we will have Greeley Crimes in Old Times. We'll have our Limerick. We'll have so much other stuff to do. But before then, hon, as you mentioned, we do need to mention this. We do need to talk about this. Oh, baby.
Where'd you
Oh,
find that
baby.
booba?
This was in the boxes
Ooh.
downstairs. This
I
is...
didn't realize. I should have left that behind, I guess, huh?
No. No. Now, this technically has nothing to... I don't know why it has a mustache, but this has nothing to do with what happened on July 4th, because Oscar Mayer does not provide the hot dogs.
No, that's a controversy.
Well, that's the thing. So I don't know if you're watching, if you have ESPN. By the way, give it up for that guy who was live streaming the Nathan's Hot Dog extravaganza.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Something, wasn't it like Dutch Max or something?
Yeah. So what happened was, if you wanted to watch the annual Nathan's Hot Dog eating contest, you had to have ESPN. But last year, we had cable, we were trying to watch it on ESPN, and the feed was so messed up, and it was so, you couldn't even, it was 5 minutes after the thing was over before they finally showed Joey Chestnut breaking a world record, eating something like 73 or 75 hot dogs in 10 minutes on the stage of Nathan's, right? So this year they do it again, and we're looking to watch it online. You can't find the ESPN feed. You can't, or you have to pay for ESPN Plus.
I never understand that. They do it like for the for Tony's, for everything. They should just, if I was doing this, I would make like a $5 flat fee and say, you can watch this one show, here's where it airs, and here's a fee. Like, why does it have to be so complicated?
Well, that was, you won't like my saying this, but that was Disney's genius move.
Oh, no, please no.
When they did the Broadway show that shall not speak its name, because Joyce, for some reason, hates
I don't hate it. I think there's a little bit of too much hubris for Joyce.
Okay, fine. I think he's earned his hubris. I really do. But okay. So she doesn't like this particular, she hasn't seen it, but she doesn't like this particular Broadway composer or show. Fine. But Disney Plus wanted to get a bunch of viewers really fast. So they filmed this show. And if you subscribed to Disney Plus for like $6.99 over the course of a month, and I think you even could get 30 days free, you could watch the show. The tape, which by the way has not hurt the show, is still selling like $2.7 million of tickets a week, even though people are seeing it all over the country. So, but anyway, that was their model. And it's kind of wanted to be the model of CBS for their Peacock Plus or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And ESPN Plus, God forbid, you should just go on ESPN.com, click on a thing, and watch people eating themselves to death. They want to make you pay for it. It's like pay-per-view for watching Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali. No, if you want to see someone just crunch hot dogs, you have to pay extra for it. It's like,
I mean, David, honestly, it's a commercial. Well, I shouldn't say that. It some could consider it a commercial for Nathan's. Yeah. I personally would not consider people, wetting hot dogs and buns in like Kool-Aid or water and like shoving it in their throat and being sick. Like having a vomit bucket, that would not be a way I would market my product.
It could be a commercial for Maalox.
If you need a vomit bucket, you should not have food. I mean, that's like, you see them come out with like water, Kool-Aid, like Tang or whatever, and then you see buckets being put there. That's not good.
Well, they generally
no, do not show them.
Yeah, because what happens is they do it, and I think afterwards some of them obviously run to the
But
it's funny, you've never seen someone like in the middle, they stop and they're like, but you actually, they pan away. You don't actually get to see somebody puking. Unfortunately, I think that would be part of it. It's like they don't, when a boxer starts bleeding, they don't suddenly just pivot to the other boxer and keep the camera on him. You're watching that eye, the eyebrow open up, and you're watching the lip go.
Oh God.
So I think if somebody's puking in the hot dog contest, let it rip, or make, what they really should do is, like, before the contest starts, they make everybody like eat some kind of food coloring pill.
Really?
So that if they do puke, It comes out all these amazing colors.
Oh God, no.
So it isn't just like
That's even worse. That's even worse.
Well, it's living color. It would give an extra dimension to the contest.
Yeah,
If
but
you don't
what
want,
happened? What
yeah.
happened different this year? Joey did a little Krav Maga.
Well, here's the deal. So last year, everybody rocked it, and it wasn't quite a typical Nathan's Hot Dog year because of the pandemic. They still do it. I did it, I think, outside, but there wasn't a crowd out in front. It was much more controlled. I think they had 25,000 people from the back, or because the year before, right in the height of the pandemic, it was indoors. There was no crowd. They had everybody separated. They had people like I think they even had the plastic guards up between all the eaters. And it was 2020. It was the pandemic. 2021, they brought some crowds in, but not the classic. Everybody, it's 115 degrees in New Jersey. Let's stand out here in mustard hats and watch people eat themselves to death. No, but this year, they were like, okay, let's do it. Even though the pandemic has not gone away, look at me. It's not what it was. We'll get the crowds. Everybody have a good time. People are trying to live lives back to normal. What could be more normal in America than mass consumption for no reason other than mass consumption? Right? People are not getting nutrients from this. These people are not starving up here and haven't eaten in a month and need food. No, this is just, we're going to make a ton of food that could feed an Ethiopian village for a month and just cram it down these people's throats as sport. And that's America. So they do this, and they get the crowds again. And it's exciting. It's fun. It's America, 4th of July, and in the background, it's Coney Island. So you see the rides going around and the roller coaster and probably in the far distance, the Mr. Softy truck that they chase.
Oh, please, yeah. David, you could do a Mr. Softy eating contest. That could be yours.
I could. I would love.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so they do this, and they've got the two biggest names back in the world. So this is a big event now.
Yes.
They've got the female champion Mickey Sudo, who
after her pregnancy, she had a baby, right?
Right. The year before, she was like 8 months pregnant. She was just on the sidelines. It was no shame to her. No.
That must have been very hard for her, though, as a competitive eater, to see other people who won that year.
With all due respect to the female champion, I don't even remember.
Wow.
And I think she put down like 31 hot dogs. It was not.
Oh my God.
It's like watching a girl from New Jersey on prom night with guys. It's no big deal. Just any girl could do that if they wanted to. Silence from Joyce. Silence from Joyce. So
I'm scared.
This year, Mickey Sudo was back, right? And she's there to compete. She's there to win. I didn't see her competition. I tuned in too late for that. But and that was the thing. Thank you so much to this guy who had permission to go up on the roof, not that far from the stage of Coney Island. It's kind of like people who love the Chicago Cubs, who would watch the games but not actually go into what is the Chicago Cubs Stadium? God, how can that candlestick? What is the name of Cubs Stadium?
I don't know. The Bears stayed at Cubs Stadium, Chicago Stadium.
Oh my, how could I forget that? But anyway, it's situated in such a way that if you had a fairly high building within half a mile or a mile, you could just get up on the roof and watch the game. And it was city of Chicago.
Kavinsky Park, Kavinsky, I can't say it.
The Comiskey? It might be.
I can't say it. Want me to look it up?
Yeah, see if the Cub Stadium is Comiskey Park. I think you're right. In Chicago, yeah. Excuse me.
Wrigley Field?
Wrigley!
How did I not know that?
I don't know.
Is Wrigley for the gum, like Wrigley gum?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that gives you something to chew on. But
no, honey.
Oh, the comedy. So
Mr. Peabody, no, Dr. Sue, no.
Field, how can I? This is the COVID. So
have
Wrigley
Dr.
Field.
Sue back, David. Have Dr. Sue back.
You know what? We'd love to someday.
She's a positive lady. I like her.
But here's the deal. Well, I'm a positive guy. I tested positive on Wednesday.
No, but then she's positive in her mood.
But So this guy did kind of what those people in Chicago did. He went up on a roof, legally got permission to take his camera, take his web live stream,
Yeah.
and go on and shoot the hot dog eating contest. Now it was fairly far away. It was one camera, one angle. It's not the way ESPN does sports, but you could see what was going on. You could kind of have an overview of the whole stage, and it was great. And you have to pay for it. And the guy was taking donations. That's fine. Give me $5 for doing this, because that kind of streaming does cost an annual thing, and having a server and so forth. But it was great. And he, if his feed dropped off for 3 seconds at a time, that was a lot. He literally no problem watching it, right? So it was great. I should have tuned in earlier to watch Mickey Sugo. I forgot. I thought, she was starting at 12. Whatever.
Yeah, but you know what I like? That people, so he had you could also pay, he asked for some donations and stuff. Yeah. And people in the chat said, please don't narrate while they're talking, while they're doing remember they had those cheerleaders dancing, and they had those all sorts of groups dancing. They asked that he would not overtalk, and he stopped.
Yeah, he was good, because I thought, it's like, oh no, all this guy's going to do is be that announcer that you just want to shut up so we can watch the game. And he was like that for a little bit, and then you're right. When the thing was going on, he just kind of.
Well, they asked him, and I thought it was very nice that he actually did it. They're like, can you please narrate between the discussion, because they wanted to hear the announcer, who's also apparently a ninja, right? The guy with this hat is a ninja.
So if you didn't read the stories in the New York Post, you see the actual hot dog eating contest. So Mickey Sugo won for the women. They clear up the thing. They also, let's not forget that they're adding much more high-level content now to the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Let us not forget, they had Indian dancers.
Yes, they had cheerleaders.
Cheerleaders who were.
They had two men. I think they were supposed to be like the naked cowboy. They were wearing cowboy boots and American flag shorts. Yeah, I don't know what they did.
I have no idea what they were doing there. And then, of course, there was even a lemonade drinking contest. Remember this? They had.
Oh, that was disgusting. Yes, and the guy was rapping. Remember, the guy was. Yeah. And then they kept writing. My favorite thing, they kept writing on that video thing. They kept saying, instant diabetes.
And there was one guy, most of the competitive eaters who are the real winners of competitive eating, they actually have normal body types. Mickey Sugo is a small, cute.
She's tiny.
Girl.
Yeah.
Joey Chestnut could stand to lose maybe 5-10 pounds, but we're not talking about an enormous guy. He's just a stocky guy. As opposed to what you would think, oh, well, the guy eats, 85 tacos in 5 minutes, and he downs this many beans in 12 minutes, right? So you figure, oh, my God, there must be the lemonade guy. There was a big black lemonade guy, and we were like, okay, this is a competitive. That was the rapper guy.
He was rapping. Yeah, but God bless him. I hope they get some money or something, because maybe they get a sponsorship, because what do you do that for? I don't get it.
That's actually, it was just, the thing was, it was only who downs a gallon of lemonade faster. It wasn't like how much lemonade can you tank in 5 straight minutes or something. Probably because that girl died at the radio station one time where there was, do you remember this?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
A couple of DJs lost their jobs.
What happened?
Contest. They had this one girl come in and try to win whatever the heck she was trying to win. And there's well, how much water can you drink in 5 minutes? And they just put pictures of water out. And she drank and she drank and she drank and she drank. And then she wasn't feeling well. And she dropped dead. She drowned herself.
I believe they because they were making fun about the photo release. They said that wasn't in Joey's not a disclaimer. I'm sure they signed a release.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's a health thing, but the guys, of course, they're DJs. They're not going to realize that drinking water, a lot of it in a short amount of time, is going to literally, flood someone's organs and kill them.
But you don't know. I mean, you don't know what and for me, what would scare me, you don't know what pre-existing conditions these people have. Well, know.
But that's with anything. I mean, I know every competitive eater has to sign a release of saying, I absolve Nathan of
Yeah.
any nitrite cancer I may get, of choking to death, of exploding a spleen or something. It's not Nathan's fault. It's not ESPN's fault. I do this of my own free will. I'm going to take the chance of eating 6 pounds of food
Ay.
the time it takes to watch a Sea of Love cartoon, right? Um, so they do this. So they bring out, and they do it in the wrestling way, and they've got the announcer. I'm sorry, I never remember his name, but he's great. And they bring out the announcer to saying, "Here, so and so," with comical introductions for them all. Very often, just completely fake and funny. They bring them all. They line them out at the table, and I can tell. I told you this. I said, "Nah, Joey is not going to break the record this year." I told you before it happened. I said, I think he'll hit maybe 70, maybe 72 hot dogs total, because it was really hot. He's a year older, and he had said beforehand he came out in like a foot boot. What do you call this? Like a
Oh
cast.
yes. No, he came out in one of those things that they lift you up on a construction site.
Well, that was just because it was the great Joey Chestnut. So they had a big thing like, "Here, hail Caesar," and Caesar dressing on 20 pounds of salad that you ate
Oh,
last week. So they bring him out, and so he's playing in pain. I don't know if maybe he's on any opioids or whatever to get through this foot injury that he received somehow, that he doesn't talk about how he got it. So already he's not at peak Joey-ness. And it's a hot, humid day in Coney Island, as July 4ths are wont.
oh, George Shea. George Shea.
Thank
I'm
you.
looking up. Yeah, I'm trying. Couldn't find the name. It was so hard to find the name.
So the great George Shea in the straw hat. It won't be quite the same event without him doing the intro, without him, introducing all the players, all the competitors, the contestants, and so
He's called the Master of Ceremonies. He'd like to be called it. Yeah.
and he literally is the master of ceremonies, George Shea. They get her going. They get these people ready.
Can I give you an example? They quoted him. He said to one contestant, his mother held him close and whispered in his ear. She said, "You are mine flesh, but you are not mine own. Fate is your father, and you belong to the people."
This is an intro for a guy who's about to just start shoving hot dogs down his throat. But it's the beauty of it. It
said he convinces these guys, the audience, that they're athletes,
Well, I challenge you to eat even 2.5 vegetarian hot dogs.
I would not eat a hot dog, even a vegetarian one. Ugh.
Well, ugh. It'd just be very salty, but it might be very tasty. No?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. So, and let's also not forget that you've got the massive crowds. You've got the people with the long hot dog mustardy hats made out of foam. You also have you got the guy with the air horn, because there's always a guy with an air horn, and you have two, not one, but two guys walking around in hot dog outfits, in what do you call them?
Yeah.
Mascot.
Yes.
Frankfurter outfits. So you are primed for a very, very exciting contest. I know I was. I know I jump up and down and scream as soon as this thing starts, because it's one of the great things ever. Am I for wasting food this way in a sociological, cultural context? No. But does more food get wasted from like a school cafeteria in a morning than this? Of course. So at least they're eating, right? And I'm sure I wouldn't be shocked if they take the hot dogs that aren't even touched, or maybe they did this before the pandemic, from this. I'm sure they make many more than get eaten, and distribute them to the workers. Maybe they go to a homeless shelter, or probably hundreds of uneaten hot dogs from the event that actually go to people who are hungry and will eat 2 hot dogs instead of 200.
They should give out, like, if I were Nathan's, I would give the audience each a hot dog if they wanted it, or French fries or something,
Well, like we're talking like 25 to 50,000 people.
Oh, that's a lot. Yeah.
That'd be a little, but they really ought to do the thing, except they probably get sued. Remember that one time, and I'll never forget this.
What?
We were either in Chicago or another.
Oh, I got you the T-shirt.
You got me the T-shirt.
Yeah.
I know. But I had gone to use the bathroom and get you like a drink or get you some water or something.
Yes.
And it was in between innings, not realizing that I'm going up the aisle. I'm getting into the area we buy stuff, and you're not in the stand.
It was an ATCA trip, an ATC. Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been Indiana because they don't have a team, but some state of the union where they had a baseball team, and we all, us guys who didn't want to sit through seminars for the day, we were like, let's go see a baseball game, right? Out in the open air. It's an afternoon game. We only have a matinee. Let's do this, which is a wonderful thing to do. So we're watching the game, and we don't have a dog in the fight because I don't think the Mets or the Yankees were the opposing team. It was just the local team and whoever else. We're sitting there, and I think this is the one with the indoor stadium.
It was, yes.
Houston or Dallas, probably when we were in Dallas, Texas. Not when we went back later to Austin. And this is back when Texas was something of a human state and not a thing that should become its own country, right? Along with Florida. So we're watching this game, and it's in this wind tunnel indoor stadium, which is noisy as hell. It's not my favorite way to see a game, even though it's climate controlled. But it's fine. It's great. And I go off to get something from the concession stand and have a whiz, not realizing that this is the moment when there's people from the stadium, from the teams, who are on the field, and they've got a cannon, but not a cannon like a pirate would have, and it shoots hot dogs into the crowd. They're wrapped in foil, and they're a warm hot dog. They probably have some mustard on them or something. It's like, you get a free hot dog, but they don't just hand it to you.
They were also shooting shirts. I got you a shirt. I caught one.
T-shirts, yeah. But see, shooting a T-shirt into the crowd is nice, is cute. It gives somebody a T-shirt. It's like catching a fly ball if you're lucky. Yes. But shooting meat into a group of strangers from a meat cannon. I mean, what the hell you would call it, from hundreds of feet away, just into the air, and some lucky person is going to come down with free meat. It's a beautiful thing.
I don't think they're allowed to do that anymore.
I don't think they are. Somebody probably lost an eye. Somebody was going, I got it. It's the mustard. Like relish. Just destroyed the cornea of somebody. A beautiful thing. So, that's the one thing that would be amazing if they did in Nathan's hot dog thing. But it's New York, it's Coney Island. It's if you do that, there's going to be fights. Somebody will have a gun. 10 people will have knives. It would not be good. It would be a massive people being trampled and stampeded on their way to just reaching for a hot dog sailing through the clouds.
No.
We didn't do that. But what did happen, as you mentioned, so the competition starts, and they're on it. And Joey, and everybody says, Joey is on a record pace. Well, of course, everybody's on a record pace in the first 2 minutes of the hot dog eating contest. That's what, you're just first doing it, you're all primed and ready. It's 8, 9, 10 minutes in when even the best of the best, and Joey's the best of the best, is like, you're not like that in the first 2 minutes. You're like that later on. So he's on record pace, and for a little bit, and this happens too, people are very close behind, right? So Joey will have 8, and somebody else will have 6 or 7. And it's like, this is gonna be a tight race. This is gonna be exciting, man. And then Joey will have 15, and the next person will have 13, but within 1 more minute, suddenly Joey has 22, and the next person has 16, and you realize that is Joey. And now the only excitement, and it's the greatest excitement of all, is will he be on pace? Will he have yet another Guinness Book of World Records? Because it's a fait accompli that he's going to win the competition. And he's probably going to win it very handily.
So basically what you're saying is David is like Joey.
David who?
David in the quiz.
Oh, like David Sheward is the Joey Chestnut. He's takeable. Remember, Matt Stoney took him
yes
a few years ago, once. But Joey's been, I think, 14 out of 15 times now, has won the annual contest. And it's going to be, I think, 3 to 5 years before we see, I mean, assuming he stays healthy, assuming he still does this, blah, blah, blah. In 3 years, we're going to see like this, some contender, somebody's going to get up there and really challenge him. We're not there yet, okay? And as this year showed, we're not there yet. But if you saw this, if you read about this, so Joey, the greatest, he is what they say, the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Yeah. He's packing meat into his mouth.
Oh, God.
I know. That's not like last night in the village. No, he's just cramming and he's dunking and maybe not on world record.
How much money do you think I'm going to look it up.
I think he makes like 6 figures. Not
really?
high 6 figures, but something like 200, maybe $250,000 a year at his peak, at his height. And it's not from the contest itself. It's from wearing, somebody's clothing and advertising it, or being a sponsor.
It says he Joey Chestnut wins, has won 13 times.
Right, 13, yeah.
It says 10,000 every year. That's not a lot.
It's nothing. Yeah. Considering the publicity that Nathan's gets for having this, for the way they own Coney Island at noon on July 4th. It's like the way the Boston Pops used to own July 4th at 7 o'clock at night on PBS or one of the channels, right? That Nathan's owns that little portion of July 4th, man. And they're paying the guy $10,000. Now, granted, he does get a free meal.
Look at that. It says first place 10,000.
Yeah.
And then it says
really?
The winner. While the second place brings home 5, third, fourth, and fifth bring home 2,500, 1,500, and 1,000. So it yeah.
I think also we're going to see the waning days of that kind of, they're just doing it for the spirit of joy and competitiveness. There's going to be, they're going to get lawyers, just like that Kobayashi guy, and say, you've got to be kidding. We're doing all this for Nathan's. We're bringing you hundreds of thousands of dollars of publicity.
Yeah.
You might want to pay the winner, $50,000 or $100,000, and the second place person $30,000, and the third place guy gets $10,000 or something like that, just to be. Or there's going to be like Saudi Arabia will come through like they did with golf, right? And suddenly siphon off, and Saudi Arabia say, you know what, we got golf courses here. We're doing better and richer than America is. Let's get the best American competitors, pay them an ungodly, obscene amount of money, and have them compete in, what is it, the alveoli, I don't know what it's called. And of course the PGA, which has always been so incredibly moral, at least for white golfers, right? Because the PGA has always been upstanding and fine American citizens. And they're like, well, no, if you play in this other tournament, you can't play in the PGA anymore. You can't be in the Masters. You can't do that. And the Saudi Arabians paid so much money to these American star golfers that they said, you know what, PGA?
It's okay.
Keep it. Now, I only wish that it weren't Saudi Arabia. I wish it were another rival American company to the PGA, or some Canadian, or some other country, not the country that harbored half the people who took down the towers on 9/11. Be kind of nice if it weren't them. One of the great countries that supports terrorism all over the world. Maybe not their golf courses, maybe not their tournament, but the idea of healthy competition against the PGA kind of nice. So I'm wondering if there will be at some point, unless Nathan's ups its game financially, if there suddenly won't be, Nedix does Nedix even exist at this point? Hebrew National. Hebrew National should have its own competition. They should do it in like Lawrence, New York, or up in Muncie, and find like a kosher hot dog stand. And God, there's tons of Orthodox Jews now. They just make seating for thousands of people. They open they open with davening.
Oh, nice.
And they don't close with davening, because if you have suddenly people eating 30, 50, 80 hot dogs and you start davening after that, you're going to need lots of buckets. Unbelievable. Even people who don't eat a hot dog, watching those people up on stage eat those hot dogs, they're going to be like, yes,
oh God, David. Nobody wants to see that.
But I don't know. I mean, how would you feel if Nathan's made it more like every other sport? Like Joey Chestnut, if and when he wins, takes home a paycheck that, an average working stiff doesn't even make in the course of
I think they should also make it more complicated. Like you should have to square dance while eating the hot dogs, I just find
they almost did this year.
Yeah, well.
So here's what happened with Joe. So he's about 2.5 minutes into the sport, into the game. He's on a decent pace, though no longer perhaps on a world record pace. You figure, okay, he's going to win.
Excuse me that you know so much about this.
This is so important.
I know, it's really.
This is one of the great joys of my life every year. So, okay. I mean, you're the Joyce of my life, but these are the joys of my life. And suddenly, I don't know if you all saw this, some idiot, some moron, some asshole in a mask, out of nowhere, moseys up, muscles up to the front of the stage where all these people are eating, where the table is. It's not even a table, it's just Joey and then these other eaters. Steps in front of Joey, who, by the way, remember, has a leg in a cast. So he's pushing Joey Chestnut out of the way to hold up a sign against the practices of the people who make the hot dogs for Nathan's. Because Nathan's isn't just suddenly there in the back of where the Ferris wheel is, chopping up cows and turning them into snouts and organ meat. They get the hot dogs from somewhere else and sell them as Nathan's, right? So this is like, stop the torture, stop the hell ride that is this company that makes the and he's just kind of pushing Joey out of the way to get on camera, because he knows thousands of people are watching, thousands of people are literally physically there on July 4th. He knows, if you want to get your word out in this world, and it's been like this for decades, get on camera, get live, make a scene. Someone will put it up, it will go viral, and your message, nobody knew who the fuck you were a day ago. No one cared. And now suddenly you and your message are everywhere to millions of people within 24 hours. That is, in some ways, the wonderful world we live in, but also the terrible world we live in. So this guy does this. And there's also two other idiots in the back with their own signs. They're not muscling up to the front. They're just kind of holding the signs up.
Were they together? Were they part of the same? Were they?
Yeah, they're all three from the same organization, the same group of. And I'm not going to say it was PETA. I think it was like maybe an offshoot of PETA. So I don't blame them if they're not guilty of this. But an anti-meat, anti-cow torture, which I get. Anti-raising chickens in a certain way, all of that. I'm kind of for that and the free range idea and treating animals better before you kill them. But I'm an omnivore. I like eating animals, dead ones, and I like wearing well-made shoes of leather and a coat that has fur if you need it. Use the whole animal, please. But you can kill the animal. Just don't give it a miserable life until you kill it. And that's part of what these people are talking about. But fine. But to go up in the middle of this contest, push a guy out of the way who's on a bad leg, and then start shouting, hey, hey, hey. So what happens, right? Somehow, Somehow you got Nathans, you've got a stage, you've got people milling the stage, a couple of real, staka bodybuilders and cops, and yet everything is so insane. You have cheerleaders and people in
I think one of the cheerleaders took him down.
Well, maybe they didn't recognize or realize that this was not part of like the Nathan's
Yeah, that's true.
gestalt.
Yeah.
Somebody's wearing a mask with a sign. I guess they're like scorecard girls and
yeah, they could be the judges. Remember that you were laughing because the district attorney, the assistant district attorney, didn't he swear in the record keeper?
Thank you for reminding me of that. By the way, watching Dave's Gone By, it's 10 o'clock Eastern Time in the Daverhood, the 857th episode of the show. We're calling it To the Max because Jen Maxfield will be with us in about half an hour to talk to Rabbi Saul Solomon. We've got our quiz coming up, our Limerick of the Dam, Dave's Big Dictionary, lots of stuff, lots of fun, still on davesgoneby.com. But we're talking about what happened at Coney Island this past Monday, July 4th, at the hot dog eating contest. And you're right. Before the event began, the actual competition began, you had, as part of the magnificent comedy absurdity of the whole thing, the district attorney.
Oh no, but before that you had some guy sing high opera. Remember the opera singer?
Yes, he sang Nessun Dorma. No one speaks. And he was fine until the last note, which is the most important part of Nessun Dorma, and his voice cracked. I'm like, yes, this is the Nathan's hot dog eating contest for sure. And then they bring out the DA, the actual New Jersey, like the McCoy on Law and Order for New York. Jack.
Yes.
This is the Jack McCoy, the real one.
No, he was wearing like shorts and a t-shirt, so he was official.
Yeah, and he's swearing in the judges so that they
no, the judges, the counters of the hot dog eating. That's who they were. Yeah.
The people who were by the tables, by the people who were eating, saying 12 hot dogs, 14 hot dogs, making sure that they were sworn in by him as actual. He said they were actual officers of the court at that moment in a very limited way.
I'm wondering. Yeah.
But they were deputized.
Then why didn't they jump on stage?
Why didn't he? He's like the chief of things.
He left at the 5 minutes after he did that. He was in his air-conditioned car going home.
Well, if you saw him, he was probably upset that he just missed the cut of being on stage as being one of the eaters.
Hey.
I'm just saying. So, so this guy, this moron protester, jumps in front of Joey, pushes Joey, and Joey, who is on some strange level in some other universe an athlete, reacts like all his instincts kick in. So he's got a mouthful of food, he's got a handful of hot dogs, and yet he goes to this guy and puts him in a forearm chokehold.
He does.
Meanwhile, within a quarter of a second, George Shea, the announcer, the guy who goes like this with the top, we were just talking about him, he gets the guy around the waist and the leg, and they both bring him down. They literally bring him down to the ground. And then the cops, finally, out of nowhere, suddenly there's like policemen who wrangle him. Then the police go to these other two idiots in the back. And this all happens, this takes literally less than 5 seconds. Within 5 seconds, we're watching Joey like eating, tackling a guy, bringing him down, and then just going back to eating. That's the most beautiful part. He doesn't stay down there. I mean, if I were actually Joey Chestnut and this was happening, if I had my brains about me, I would start beating the crap out of the guy.
But David, there's $10,000 on the line. I mean, he wants to win.
Well, he knows he's going to win this thing. He doesn't know if it's going to be canceled.
But he doesn't know. But he doesn't know because he doesn't know while all that's going on, other people could have gotten ahead of him. So he doesn't know. No.
And they interviewed the schmuck, who, later on after this thing, they talked to him, and he said, "Well, I don't think I don't blame Joey for what he did. I do think it was a little rough, all things considered. Literally, I'm not verbatim quoting him, but he said, I think it was a little much to take me down that way for what I did. And I'm like, you schmuck, you moron. You're on live television at this event, in this crowd, with people in the middle of something. You push in front of them, and we don't know if you're armed. We don't know if granted, you're holding a sign, but we don't know if you're rigged with explosives or anything. You are unbelievably lucky that they didn't take you down and start slamming your head against the boards or whatever they're standing on the rafter. You are unbelievably lucky that the two of them, Shay and Chestnut, and some of the other eaters too, if they were compos mentis of what's going on, didn't start pummeling you and put you in the hospital. And then the police as well, except of course the police were, oh God, oh no, what, and what goes through their heads when they do this? And you think, oh, it's just, protest. Oh, he's in his right. Oh, it was peaceful. Well, who the fuck knows? And we learned this yesterday in Japan, when
I know.
an old prime minister, a no longer prime minister of that country, is just giving a speech, right? Now, he may represent all these terrible things. He might have done a lot of, right-wing conservative things and built up Japan's army, whatever it was. But really, he's an old ex officio giving a speech in public. And it's just people milling about and watching and listening, and some security folks.
Yeah.
He gives a speech, and there's a guy behind him, this young guy, normal Asian-looking guy, within whatever it took, that Asian-looking, who obviously wasn't frisked, wasn't cleared, takes a gun, shoots the guy. What you shoot him in the head or in the chest?
I think the heart. It was unbelievable. Like, I couldn't believe it.
Shot him, that guy died. Killed, assassinated, that's the word. He assassinated the former prime minister of Japan. Not the current.
Wow.
I'm for assassinating current leaders under any circumstance.
Oh my God.
But this wasn't a man in power. This was a statement. And it's kind of like the only thing I hope like that, or these idiots at the hot dog festival, where it would backfire to the extent of the way the Mountbatten thing backfired for the IRA. Remember when Lord Mountbatten was on a boat? And this is, they had the Troubles in Northern Ireland all through the 60s, the 70s especially, and then it started, there was some level of détente. There were still incidents, there was still a lot of anger on both sides, but they were trying to find a way around it and through it and to get beyond it in Northern Ireland and all of it. And then retired, former war hero, Lord Mountbatten is on a boat and they blow him up, right? And it's sort of like the whole world looked at that in that moment. It's like, why? Anybody, any Irish person who lost someone in the Troubles, who had someone tortured, who had the British government imprison a family member, probably cheered. I would if I were them. Right. We got one,
But what troubles me is, how did it happen? Like, because usually, like, every event, it's not related, but when I had consulted at the UN, you go through a lot of screening. Like, you don't just, like, when you're around people who are like leaders of whatever, even ex-leaders, there's some sort of screening process. Like, I don't understand, in my mind, like, it's not like he was walking down the street, like he was giving a speech. So like, wouldn't you, what do you call it? Like, even at the Nathan's Hot Dog Festival, they had those metal gates that, cordoned off. Like,
right.
I don't understand why there wasn't some sort of like, because I know, like, when we went to DC, like, former presidents still get bodyguards. So I would assume this guy had, like, I don't know what you call it.
Japan is not America. Japan supposedly has far, 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 far fewer guns
Yeah, but you would think this is like a big guy,
I don't, but that's the world. So if you're gonna go and jump on a hot dog eating contest and create havoc, we don't know if you have a gun or not. You could have slipped through, right? You could have been there the day before and hidden a gun somewhere and grabbed it if you needed it, or a knife, or
But
some.
wouldn't they check it like metal detector check stuff?
Well, in Nathan's, nobody got hurt. The guy was not armed. But in
Yeah.
Japan, who knows?
That's what I don't understand. You remember years ago when we went to the embassy in Argentina, they checked the car for bombs, they did metal detecting.
Well, I think a
What?
lot changed with, of all people, the guy who just got out of prison like 3 weeks ago, John Hinckley Jr. He got
Yeah.
close enough to Reagan
Yes.
to shoot Reagan and Brady and those other people. There was suddenly a mind check. It's like, oh, we just don't need Secret Service to stand around looking tough. We have
Uh-huh.
to now protect
Uh-huh.
our leaders and our former leaders just because there's freaking crazy people in the world. Guns are readily accessible, even more accessible now thanks to the Supreme Court.
David,
Yeah.
there's even like on the Twitter, they
Yeah.
have an education minister giving a finger. Like it's a crazy world, David. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
I
batshit. I
think,
mean, we talk about the shooting now.
yeah.
Oh, was it? What, Uvalde? That one? Oh no, the one in Denmark? No, oh
Oh
no,
my
no, the
God.
one in Japan. It's like,
Can
geez,
we,
this
David, let's
week.
talk about something happy, please. I can't take it.
Well, let's talk about hot dogs for crying. What's happier than this?
Well, you should be happy Joey still won.
Joey did
And
win.
yes,
The only thing that makes me kind of sanguine about the events of last Monday is that, as I said, it wasn't as if Joey was on pace to beat his record. Had he been, in the 74, 75, 76, 77
I
Frankfurt
don't think he
range.
would have done it because of the foot. I think he had foot pain. So I think probably next year he's going to come back with a vengeance if he doesn't break something. And that will be like his comeback. That'll be like the comeback year.
I hope so. Only, of course, each year he gets a year older. So that worries me.
But he has more experience doing the hot dog eating.
True, true.
Like
But,
he
there
knows,
may
like
be
he learns how to do it. Yeah.
yeah, maybe, unless he finds a new technique. So that's what's going to topple him, or what the next person who manages to make it to 80 hot dogs in 10 minutes instead of 74, 75.
Yes.
They're going to figure out some
I
new
can't
way.
believe there's nobody else like, what do you call it? Putting their hat in the ring.
Um, there are, but we don't. They might be 14 years old, right?
Yeah.
And we won't know them until they're 18 or 19. It's sort of like, when Tiger Woods came along, and for a decade nobody could touch. And why not? It's just swinging a frigging golf club.
Yeah.
What the hell
Yeah.
made him so incredibly special before he destroyed his own
Yeah.
life and but he was Tiger Woods. He just
Yeah. Yeah.
something that he was doing that made him, God made him special in that way. The way he made Michael Jordan a basketball player, right?
Yeah.
Same with Joey Chestnut. In some, God made
But you
him.
wonder, David, like what would make you think like, oh, I want to be a competitive eater? Like
Probably, I don't know how it started for him. Probably in college, when college kids do really stupid ass things because they can and they want to get really drunk really quick, or they want to get girls really drunk really quick, or they just have nothing else to do and they understand absurdity. And they're like,
yeah.
what if we buy 400 White Castle hamburgers
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we see who eats the most
I've
in,
never like
yeah.
I've never whenever I've overeaten, I've regretted it. So I
Okay.
can't imagine somebody saying like, I'm gonna overeat and then make this my life. I
Well,
can't.
there's a difference between like somebody who's like trying to be part of the party and it's like, oh, go, well, and then by the seventh White Castle, and then also the third tequila, they're in the bathroom regretting everything they've ever done in their life. To someone who
Yeah.
suddenly discovers that they can put down 30 White Castle hamburgers, and except for making a bowel movement the size of Peru,
Yeah.
no problem.
Wow.
And they don't have except for the moment, a great weight gain. It just comes in and goes out. Their metabolism is different. Their throat, their everything is somehow different.
Mhm.
Find a gymnast.
Yeah, yeah,
Gymnast
yeah.
can I can take my arm and go like this.
Yeah.
That's what. But but there's gymnasts who can probably double jointed, triple jointed.
That's Cirque du Soleil, honey.
Yeah. There's people who somehow found out that they can do that. And they probably look at all the other gymnasts around them and go, wait, you can't do that? You can't put your toes behind your ears and turn it into a table? How can you not do that? Of course I can do that, right? And then they realize, oh, I'm the only one who can do that, except for 50 other people in the country. But can I do it better than they can? And that's how it began.
You don't think, well, remember, like they used to say, like a lot of times, like gymnasts and stuff, they pick them as kids or the ice skaters. But what they do, it's like persistence. So they train like 8 hours a day and they,
Well, these people, Joey trains. He doesn't just sort of wake up on July 4th and go, well, I'm going to have a very big breakfast today. No. I mean, he goes through cleanses. He does stuff. He tests. He finds different ways of squeezing the water into and out of the dog. And
doesn't he also have he used to have a line of products, right?
Oh, I'm sure he still does. That's how he makes 6 figures a year instead of 30,000.
Yeah, it's the 10,000.
Yeah, seriously. But I think that's how it is. It's sort of like, how do you become a writer? Right? How do you become a writer? Because you realize that you probably, on some God-given level, have a little more skill at putting words and ideas together than everyone else in your homeroom class. Most of the other people that you went to school with. Right? Not everybody else in the world, because there's hundreds and thousands of writers. Yes. But you have that extra little gift, and you know it. And you go out there, you're a musician, a competitive eater. You have that little extra thing that you can do something that either someone else can't, and you figure out what it is, or you do it better than the few people who can. And says, why I do this video podcast called Dave's Gone By with me, David Lefkowitz, and my darling and adorable wife, Joyce.
Yay.
We have, oh my God, we got Jen Maxfield coming in just about.
Okay.
And so you know what? Let's.
What am I missing? Wait.
What are you missing?
No, did I miss? I just checked the comments. I always check.
Oh, see if there's anybody there. Meanwhile, I'm going to get up the music for our Greeley Crimes and Old Time segment, because Joyce and I lived in Colorado, as I keep mentioning, for several years. And while I was there, I decided, hey,
hey Jude, don't be afraid.
We would get the Greeley Tribune newspaper, daily newspaper at that point, and they would have.
Can you show where trees kill, honey? I want to see the tree. I love that. That's for Friendy. Friendy doing. They enjoy that when trees kill.
Life doesn't get better than that. This is an actual front page. It's getting kind of moth-eared. But a front page of the Greeley Tribune, when trees attack.
Yes. Oh, yes, attack. I'm sorry. Oh, no, kill.
Back. Yeah.
When the trees can kill you. Wow. Always trees can kill
you. Artist's rendering. Yeah. Brilliant. This is genius. So there are people.
Who would know, right?
And one column in the paper is Greeley top log. Phone calls that come into police dispatch from people who see weird stuff going on in the neighborhood. And also 100 years ago, where our friend Mike Peters goes through the papers back in 1922 and finds things that are kind of odd or funny to our modern eyes. We mix them together and call it Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Yeah. Da-da-da-da.
I just want to reach out though. What I'll do is when before you have your guest on, I'll run down when you transition for the guest, and I will put tea on the tea for you. And then when you switch over again, you may want to grab your tea. Okay.
Oh, I really appreciate that. I'll have a moment to do it, because we're going to play some clips of Jen Maxfield in action on TV. So. Are you ready for some criminality, my darling?
I am ready.
There we go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this really happened 1 or 2 or 3 weeks ago in Colorado. A caller on 23rd Avenue said a group of kids was playing with paint guns and chopping down trees with a machete.
Oh, no.
I love how they front load like the less important one. And by the way, they have a machete.
Machete.
Yeah, machete. I would call the cops if I saw that. You know, I definitely, if I saw a machete in some 14-year-old.
Maybe they were fighting a tree.
Oh, you know what? That could have been the tree. Could have been.
Yes.
And that's why. Because look at the knife the tree has.
See?
The machete could take that on. Oh, you know what? Oh my God! You know, this is not an eighth and eighth thing.
Oh
But ninth
no.
and ninth. This happened on
Excellent.
9th Street, 9th Avenue, and it even is perfectly timed because a caller said a man was blasting music,
Oh no.
rapping about Jesus next to a hot dog cart.
What?
I, I, I don't make them up. I just read them.
Maybe that was the Nathan's hot dog deal.
Yeah. Was Nathan in the Bible? Was there? I think there was a Natan in the
I
Bible.
don't know any of that. I don't. Yeah, probably.
Now,
I think he was destined to make hot dogs. That was his destiny.
You know, that could have actually been it. And you know, Oscar Mayer is a Jewishish name, so it could have been the Old Testament. But a caller near 4th Avenue said,
hello. I'm calling near 4th Avenue, please.
Now, Joey could have done this.
Uh-oh.
He said a woman was using her crutches as weapons.
Oh my God, against a tree.
The world is just completely going crazy now. Or as I like to sing, everybody was crutch foo fighting. Let's do another one. A caller near 10th Avenue wanted officers to check the area near the abandoned church because she woke up to what sounded like a child screaming. But the caller reported could have been a dream.
Oh, that's nice. It could have been a dream. It was only a dream.
So what do you do in that case? If you think you heard it, but you're not sure if you were dreaming, do you call the cops?
Well, I think first I would look out the window or look, I would probably like do some little, not extensive investigation, but first I would ask myself, was I sleeping? That would be question one. Was I asleep previously?
But you can't.
And then I would ask around and say, did anyone else hear that?
Yeah.
But how could you?
Yeah.
That's a big difference between a dream and reality. Those are very different states.
Not in our world, it isn't. Not anymore. I'll tell you.
Oh gosh.
A man on 10th Street said his ex harassed. This is why cops don't want to go on domestic calls. Said his ex harassed him, smashing his Xbox and video games.
Whoa.
Nice.
Ooh, people don't like that. Like the game players, they do not like when you mess with their stuff. I would not. That's the problem.
All right, let's do some old time stuff. This was in the newspaper back in 1922 in northern Colorado. Very different kind of writing style also. 4 Americans flying near the Mexico-California border were forced to land in Mexico because of engine problems. They were arrested by Mexican Border Patrol for trespassing into the country without permission, and the plane was also seized. I just find that funny. Imagine people getting harassed for sneaking into Mexico.
Yeah, people get harassed all the time.
But 100 years ago, it's like, no. You know, it's like they don't want us in Mexico. It's not, that's
you know who did it? You know who did it?
Yeah.
A tree. I believe it was a tree.
I think, because this is something they wanted to embark on.
Oh, Mr. Peabody, no.
I know. Well, I just didn't want the show to get sappy. All right.
Oh.
Now here's an editor's note.
Let's truncate it.
Oh, that's pretty good. Thank you. But let's leave it alone for now. Here's an editor's note from 1922 in the newspapers.
Oh, yes.
The visiting professor was quite impressed by the number of Greeley people who showed up for his lecture.
Ooh.
He said, quote, "Are you townspeople so interested in science?" The editor said, "Not so much, but my compositor, the typesetter, took the S out of the title of your lecture. Cosmic forces."
Yeah.
So said comic forces.
Oh, no. Very different lecture. Oh.
I would show up for comic forces.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad.
Now here's one of those things that I don't think is real. I think they make this kind of thing up to have something cute to put in the paper back in the day. A little girl recovered from whooping cough and said she was glad she didn't die with it because, quote, God wouldn't want to have coughing angels.
Oh.
Where's that vomit bucket when you need it? I'm telling you. No, that doesn't, nothing amusing there, nothing like,
oh, that's an aw.
Well, imagine if she had diarrhea.
Oh, no, honey, no.
That would be very bad rain up there. And it's like, well, how come the sky's so dark? Well, the crops will be good next year.
No.
Let's go elsewhere. Let us, since one of the things we do on our Greeley Crimes and Old Time segment is go elsewhere for a story, not in Colorado. That kind of makes it fun for a weird news story. And in honor of what just happened a couple of days ago in
David, note the time. You may have your guest in the waiting room. I'm just telling you.
I would be notified.
Okay, good. I'm just reminding you.
Thank you. A Japanese aquarium.
Oh, you love aquariums.
I do. This is a UPI story.
What's that song on? Swam and he swam all over the dam.
Oh, it's Three Little Fishies.
3 little fishies and the mama fishy too. There were 3 little fishies.
That's right.
I don't know the rest.
Yeah. Down in the meadow.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. But this is not a meadow, and this is not an itty bitty pool. This is the aquarium where they have penguins in Japan.
Oh.
Mary Shen Barnett, if you're listening, it's your favorite.
Yeah, Mary, throw it out to Mary.
Yay. A Japanese aquarium is trying to switch its penguins' diet to a different kind of fish.
Uh-oh.
But the birds are being uncooperative. Officials at the Hakone-en Aquarium, southwest of Tokyo, said they switched the penguins from their usual diet of aji, which is Japanese horse mackerel, to a cheaper mackerel after the price of aji spiked nearly 30%.
Wow.
But the penguins are stubbornly refusing the new fish. The head zookeeper said, quote, even if they'll take it in their beaks, they just spit it out.
I love them.
They do that.
I love them. Don't settle for less, penguins.
Yeah. And by the way, just so you know, the zoo's otters also show a preference for aji over the cheaper fish.
I'll tell you, David, those animals are why people come to the zoo.
Well, yeah, but the zoo wants to save some dough, but don't because they don't want to raise the prices for people to get into the zoo by having to pay so much more for a better kind of fish for the penguins. It's a conundrum. It is.
What? That's tough. They've got to pay.
Well,
those birds deserve the best.
What if they take all the unused hot dogs from Nathan's, ship them to Japan, but then again, those penguins would probably say, no, these are not Kobe beef.
I think
good stuff.
I think you got to mix it in, like give them some good ones and some lower cost, mix it in.
They're trying to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, crap.
What's wrong?
Well, no. Our guest is going to be here, but she can only, again, with someone who can only play part of the game.
That's okay, David. Listen, it's fine.
Yeah, would have been nice to know when we were booking the show, as opposed to like.
That's David. Don't be grumpster. Don't be grumpy.
Well, don't be grumpy. This is life. This is trying to do a show, trying to book things and make things nice and perfect and whatever.
Nothing is nice. Nothing is perfect. Things are what they are.
Oh, you're nice. You're perfect, dear.
Oh yeah. What do you want? A big present?
Well, yeah. It's been 2 weeks since we've been living separately because I've had COVID.
I know.
Oh.
Oh God, David. Let me go make your tea, honey. You introduced your guestie, Baba.
So I'm hoping the guest signs on immediately because we don't have her for that particularly long. Why don't I play? Let me come out of Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Let me play a little bit of Jen Maxfield so you get a sense of who she is and what she does. And then also Rabbi Saul Solomon will be with us to take us through the interview with NBC TV's long-standing reporter, also she was on ABC for a bunch of years, Jen Maxfield. I'm going to play, well, first let's come out of Greeley Crimes and Old Times.
Mr. Horace Greeley was no fool.
Oh, no, he wasn't.
I'm sure that you'll agree with me that Greeley was no fool.
What he is getting at is that Mr. Greeley was no fool.
Yippee-yi, 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 yi-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of Groucho Marx there, getting us through the end of Greeley Crimes and Old Times. And so, what I'm going to do is, so you get a sense of the person that we will be talking to, Jen Maxfield, the author of More After the Break, a really excellent book about modern journalism and the good things that it does, and also the cost to the people doing it and to the people that they are interviewing and following up with. Check it out. It's More After the Break by Jen Maxfield. So, let me play a little of her. I'm going to share my screen so you get that. Just going to share the whole desktop and open this up. And here she is getting an award or speaking at some event. That's not her. That's the person introducing her. Well, you'll see it. Here's a bit of Jen Maxfield, and I'll be right, or Rabbi Saul will be right back to interview her.
I'm pleased to welcome Jen Maxfield Osfeld. As a local news reporter for the past 17 years, I estimate that I have had the opportunity to interview at least 9,000 people on camera for the more than 3,000 stories I've reported during that time. And please understand, when I say that I interviewed them, I don't mean that I called them on the phone or quoted their tweets or that a field producer did the interview and fed it back to me in the office. No, what I mean is these are face-to-face meetings where we look each other in the eye, shake hands, laugh, cry with close to 10,000 people. It's an amazing and incredible privilege to tell other people's stories, and I feel a great responsibility to get those stories right. Just last month, I spoke for close to an hour with Jimmy Drake, whose son was one of 8 people killed by a terrorist in New York City. He was just riding his bike on the bike path in Tribeca. Our conversation was so personal and so painful. His wonderful son and my photographer and I wanted to listen. More than anything, we all want to connect. It's such an essential human instinct, and yet I worry sometimes that we're losing some of that when we conduct so many of our relationships over email and texting.
Well, we are connecting here on the Dave's Gone By Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the stream with our guest in the Daverhood, the lovely and talented, and well, let me give a little bit of tell you who she is. We're talking with Jen Maxfield, longtime news reporter in the New York area. She is a Columbia journalism graduate. She didn't go to Columbia, the country. She went to Columbia, the University in New York there. She even teaches a little bit at Columbia now. Has been an anchor for Eyewitness News, Channel 7, and she is still very much a part of NBC News New York. You can see all her reportage. She's also on the board of Washington, D.C.'s Jewish Women International, and she is the author of this new book, More After the Break, which we will be talking about with her. Won't you please welcome to the Daverhood, Jen Maxfield. Shalom, Jen.
Hi, Dave. Thanks for having me on. Shabbat shalom to you.
Shabbat shalom. Actually, it's Rabbi Sal Solomon. That's who you're. Dave is more of a normal. You'll meet him in about half an hour. But we're delighted to have you. How's the? I've read the book. It's actually a really excellent book for people who are embarking on the world of journalism, whether it's for Columbia or my local Hadassah guide. But the point is, you go back and talk to people that you interviewed 10, 15, 20 years ago for a story in like the worst, most horrible moments of their lives. And you're in, you do the hit and run journal, you go in there and it's parachute in, helicopter in, boom, 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 get the story, then get out. And maybe you follow up 1 or 2 more times that week, and then you're on to other things. That's the nature of the beast. You decided to do what?
Right. So, Rabbi Solomon, I apologize. Yeah. So you're right that when we're doing these stories, I don't like to say that we parachute in, because it's not like I'm a national reporter and I'm going all over the country. I mean, I am a local reporter reporting on the same communities through decades now here in New York and New Jersey. But to your point, you're right that the cycle of local news is we get the assignment in the morning, we go out and report the story during the day. Sometimes the story changes 2 or 3 times during the day. We air the news report that night, and then the cycle begins anew the next day. So just because the news moves on and the headlines keep changing and the live truck is buzzing all around the tri-state area doesn't necessarily mean that the people who I met on these stories and who I sat with, to your point, on their best, the worst, the most chaotic, the most tumultuous days, those people I do still think about years or even decades after their stories air on the news.
Now, and the idea that, because what I mentioned before, or what Dave was mentioning, he also read the book, was saying that, you thought he was going to read it, it's going to be like, oh, okay, here was my career. I went to the journalism school, and then I covered this story, then I covered that. But you really take a more in-depth psychological look at what it meant to you to cover these things, then go away, and then think, well, what does that do to your psyche when you cry with someone, you meet someone, you share this moment with them, they go on, and you go off, if you will. And then to come back to them 20 years later and say, hey, remember me? And you were surprised, I think, how often they say, oh, good to hear from you.
I was astonished at how many people said, oh, hi, Jen, how's everything going? In particular, I would say, as I mentioned, I'm a local news reporter, so I cover the tri-state area, but I did go down, chapter 2 deals with when I went down to Mississippi to cover Hurricane Katrina back in 2005. And there's one woman in particular, Laura Middleton. I interviewed her. Her house was gone. Her belongings had been scattered for miles around the town where she lived. I might have spoken with Laura Middleton for 30 minutes. This is 19 years ago now. And she was in the middle, 17 years ago now. And it was in the middle of such a crazy time in her life, right? What must have been a blur of trying to figure out how to pick up the pieces. And when I contacted her, she remembered exactly who I was. She remembered the interview. It was just pretty incredible. And I'm glad, Rabbi Solomon, that you said that what you were talking about with the narrative of these stories, because I appreciate that, because that really was what I was trying to do here. We've all read the memoirs from different journalists that put themselves at the center of the book. They covered this inauguration, they covered this natural disaster, they covered this big news story. I felt like I was interested in writing something different where I put the subject of the news story at the center of the narrative, and I come into their life, because that is actually how it works, right? They're living their life. They're not celebrities. They didn't crave the spotlight. Something happens. I come in to interview them. I leave. And then a whole lot happens after the news truck pulls away from the scene. And I was really interested in exploring that in these 10 stories in the book.
And every once in a while, they're probably pretty grateful because they get exposure if they need money, if they need help. And people see the thing on the news and it's like, oh, let's contribute, let's do up a fund. So that is helpful too, for all the people who want to say, oh, well, the news just comes there, exploits their tragedy and goes away and moves on. So there's a double side to that. Was there one story that you could, whether it's in the book or not, that was more difficult for you than any of the others?
I don't think I could pick one story in particular. I would just say that the most challenging and hardest part of the job is, without question, going up to someone at a breaking news scene or knocking on somebody's door soon after they've experienced a heartache or a tragedy. That is so difficult. And more often than not, people do welcome us into their homes, and we're very grateful for that. And I never take that for granted. But, you do feel that as much as it's your professional obligation to go and ask those questions and get an accurate story out there, it really is asking a lot of somebody, right? To ask them to take time out of their healing or their grieving or whatever is happening at that time to talk to me, a stranger.
So let me also ask you where most of the time in what you cover is either actually you cover a lot of fun and nice events if you watch the things that you're posting on your YouTube channel, but and you do aftermath. Something terrible happens, they send the band, boom. Have you covered events in medias res where it's like it's happening and it's dangerous and you've worried like, oi, I could get shot, blown up, hit by a building that's shaking or something?
Sometimes I won a local news Emmy in 2018 covering a plane crash that happened. Tragically, the two people on board died. It happened right near Teterboro Airport, and the live shot, we were actually right next to the plane, and there was some fire after that. I've certainly covered instances where something was actually happening behind me and they might ask us to back up. I would also just cite generally for all journalists who were out there covering COVID. That was pretty scary when I was, my whole family, my kids and my 3 kids and my husband, they were all home working or going to school from home. And I'm out and about, you know, going into work at 30 Rock or going out to cover stories. That felt pretty risky at the time back in the spring of 2020.
I think that's right. It would have, of course. So, and by the way, Mazel Tov, you mentioned a husband, 3 kids. Now, the last name of the husband is Ostler. Obviously,
Ostfeld.
Ostfeld, excuse me, Ostfeld.
Mhm.
Ostfeld. You obviously married the Yidel. Good for you. Were you raised? Are you also one of the tribe or not really?
I am a Jew by choice. So my Jewish journey is that I was raised Christian. I went to church at the Presbyterian Church in Tenafly. I'm the oldest of 6 kids, and I had a great experience growing up in that tradition, and I'm very thankful for it. And I met my husband, Scott, in class at Columbia undergrad. We were in an Italian Renaissance sculpture class together. And we dated for a long time and got married by a rabbi and a minister in 2003. But then we had always agreed we'll raise our kids Jewish, fine. So I'm very type A. And so I said, well, if I'm going to raise my kids Jewish, I need to learn a bit more about the faith. So I actually signed up for a conversion class when I was pregnant with my first child, but this was back in 2006, but I was not ready to convert then. Neither my husband nor his family ever pressured me in any way. They always loved me for who I was. And so in any case, I learned a lot about it, didn't convert, had my son in 2006. And I was always fine with being a different religion from my husband, but it was very different for me being a different religion from my child. And that's when I decided I was going to convert, which I did right before my second child was born in 2008.
I'm just wondering why you did not call me for the circumcisions, because it worked very cheap. And
well, that ship has sailed. My son is 15, so.
I'm just saying, back in the day, I was first starting out. I had a great discount rate if you have twins or something, just boom, boom, because ambidextrous with it. But just saying, you know, your loss. That's all I'm saying right there. We're talking with Jen Maxfield. So, can I ask you, in covering a story, you go there, you're with the editors, and so what is the biggest argument you ever had with a producer about something where, you know, well, it should be told this way, or this should go on, or the producer said, no, we've got to cut this for time, or so did you ever have an argument with a producer about a story?
Yeah, that's sort of the thing you might see in a TV show or in a movie. That doesn't really happen. To be honest, rarely are things being cut for time because we have so much time. Look, if you're a national news reporter and you need to get your 2-minute story jammed into nightly news, for example, which is a 30-minute news show, that's a much tougher process to actually get your story on the air. In local news in New York, we're doing hours and hours of news every day, which is one of the reasons why the cycle is so relentless, right? Because you can't just say at the end of the day, I'm really sorry, but we didn't get anything on this story and we won't be putting anything on the newscast tonight. They're relying on you and depending on you to report the story, which is what makes the deadline pressure pretty intense. So no, I wouldn't, and certainly I've never had a situation where a producer, I might have sent in a script and somebody would say back to me, oh no, you have to tell the story in this way, or you have to take this angle. they might say in a constructive way, hey, did we hear from this official or did we get that news release? But I've never had anyone try to Bigfoot one of my scripts and try to change it in a substantive way like that.
Well, let me ask, let's say you're covering a fire, which, television news, local, they love fires. It's so visual. It becomes an instant story just because, fire, everybody wants to see it. You go there, the van goes zoom, zoom, zoom. You get footage, the thing's burning, smoke maybe, or it's almost out. The fire department guys there, you got to talk to him or her, right? So you get a quote from them. What do you talk to them 5 minutes and use 20 seconds? Is that about the round? And then,
that's about right.
Do you find one person? One tenant? Do you find two tenants? Do you find 5 tenants and use the best 1 or 2? How do you know when you've got enough to do it?
Right. So the process, there are a bunch of different variables. So let's say I have to be on in half an hour. Maybe I'm just going to interview 1 or 2 people, right? Because I've got to do boom, boom, boom. If it's 10 o'clock in the morning and my story isn't airing until 5 o'clock at night, I can be a little bit more deliberative about it and maybe interview more people than I actually put on the news. Typically, obviously, we need the official line on whatever's happening. So to your point, the fire official at the scene. As far as the eyewitness accounts, what you're always going for is the person who's the closest to whatever you're covering. So let's say the fire was on the 5th floor and we've got a tenant on the 2nd floor and a tenant who lived next door to it on the 5th floor. I want the 5th floor tenant, right? So it's always that hierarchy of, okay, who's the closest to it? Who's the most likely to have an accurate version of events because they actually were close to it? And that's sort of the calculus that goes on at every scene. But again, on the other side of that is, okay, yeah, maybe I'd love to talk to a tenant on the 5th floor, but I've got a live shot in 20 minutes. So the person on the 2nd floor is right in front of me. I'll talk to them first and I'll try to get that other person later.
Did you ever get flack or feedback like a day or 2 later where you aired a story and then they call us like, oh, you took my words out of context, or this looked like what the story was, but it really wasn't?
I wouldn't say we get a lot of comments like that. Typically, it would be an issue almost like with omission. Oh, you were doing a story on this school. You actually should have spoken with this person. Or, oh, you covered this fire. Why didn't you talk to this next door neighbor? That might happen. And sometimes people don't have the context that maybe that person didn't call us back. Maybe that person didn't want to speak with us. The objective is always to have a really 360 view of the story, but we're only as good as the people who are willing to speak with us. And so if we're doing a story, sometimes people say, well, that was a one-sided story. And my response is, okay, well, we reached out to the other side and they never got back to us. If you want what people would consider, a story that really gives you the full view of it, people have to be willing to participate and speak with us, even if they don't like the fact that we're doing this story in the first place, which does sometimes happen, certainly in like neighborhood disputes and things like that. They may resent the coverage, but if you don't participate in it, then you've left a vacuum for the other side to fill.
And you still can say at the end of the report, we reached out to the so-and-so for comment, and they have no comment, or they were not available by press time. So you cover, and you say, hey, we tried. We gave it a shot.
Yeah. I mean, I'm an ethical person, and I went to Columbia Journalism School. I'm teaching at Columbia Journalism School. It's not that I don't understand what we're supposed to be doing, but again, if people don't communicate with us and don't respond, I can't control that.
Well, let me ask you this, because I would imagine that if you're going to a Columbia Journalism School, whether it's print or video or media journalism, you really learn, but just by going out there every time, finding stories, doing it, that's what they're really learning from. So what, though, can you impart from your experience to these rookie journalists? And what do you tell them? What do you try and say, hey, make sure you do what?
The class that I teach is Video 1. That's the primary class that I teach at Columbia. I love it because they're graduate students and they're interested in a career in broadcast journalism, but not necessarily on air. So some of them will be on-air reporters, some of them will be producers, and some of them will think they want to be producers, but will wind up going on air. That happens. So I try to prepare people for any possibility. And these days, obviously, the lines are more blurred because the camera's so small that anyone could be getting video or going live at any point. It used to be much more siloed 20-something years ago when I was a student at Columbia. So what I try to do with the students is my role in the class. I teach with an adjunct who's an editor at CBS News. He handles a lot of the more technical things about the, using the camera, editing. I handle editorial, pitching a story, doing interviews, writing the script, how to write for the ear, right? Which is completely different than when you're writing something for a website or for a newspaper. So I have obviously it's a seminar. I mean, it goes on and on for weeks, but the key things that I really try to impart on my students, in addition to what we were just talking about putting together a balanced story, is really to understand the gravity of what they're doing. You're going into somebody's life, you're asking them to share their story with you. They're putting a tremendous amount of trust in you because you're the one who's going to be delivering the message to the public, and really understanding that and respecting the people they're interviewing and trying to put themselves in their shoes, because I think the final product of the story is much better when you're making an authentic connection with people.
Jen Maxfield here, by the way, the author of More After the Break, her marvelous book, which is available, by the way, from Greenleaf Book Group Press, available where all books are sold. Let me ask you, though, you are a lovely person to look at. And I'm not just saying that to blow smoke. I'm saying this is a nice thing. And I'm sure on some level it helped you get the gig. How do you respond to something like the News 12 issue, where you had people who've been on the air, anchor women and journalists, been on the air for all these years, and suddenly they're shunted to the weekend, suddenly because now they're 40, now they're 50. How do you understanding what media is and that beautiful people get ahead quicker, but at the same time, shouldn't journalistic standards also be part of the mix, and not to mention loyalty?
Well, I don't know anything in particular about the News 12 thing that you're referring to, but I would just say generally, first of all, I'm 45 years old, and I was also raised in an environment where my appearance and the way that I looked was never really a big part of what my parents talked about or what they encouraged me to think about. I was always raised with the culture of it's what you do and who you are on the inside. So my parents were very encouraging of us. I have 2 sisters and 3 brothers, doing well in school, doing sports, being good to your friends, helping your family. There was almost no discussion whatsoever of how you looked, what you were wearing. It just wasn't important. It wasn't a priority.
When you started doing TV news, you had
Pardon me?
to know, when you started doing TV news, you had to know that you were rising a little faster, and that they would select the outfit that you, especially when you were anchoring, that suddenly it mattered. And there's a guy on YouTube, I would watch out for this guy, who has videos about your pantyhose. It's like, okay.
Oh, well, that to me, that's sort of like background noise. That's white noise. I mean, there's all kinds of things happening on the internet. But I would actually push back a little bit on this notion that I was somehow moving up faster because of how I looked. I mean, I think I'm a great writer. I think I'm a good journalist. I think that the way I've always viewed my own, and by the way, they don't pick out what we wear. We pick out what we wear. I don't have a clothing budget or anything. That's all kind of something I do on my own. But I would just say that in general, my philosophy toward it has been that I need to look in a way that's not distracting. I'm not a celebrity. I'm not a supermodel.
You're a local celebrity.
My focus is that I need to look in a certain way where it's not going to detract from what I'm trying to tell you about the story. So if I come on and my hair is all over the place or I don't have any makeup on, I recognize it's a visual medium and that people will be distracted by that. And then they won't listen to what I'm trying to tell them about what just happened at the state legislature. I get it. But on the other hand, again, I really try to take that philosophy of, I understand it's a visual medium. I understand people are interested in that, but please, let's have a conversation of substance and let's
Well,
let's
do you
really
see
tell
that
people what they
change
need to know.
when you're teaching at Columbia? Do you now see more students who are of color, who are large, different sizes, different ethnicities, different genders, expecting that they can be front stage in front of in a way that they wouldn't have been 20 years or even 10 years ago?
Well, they're not expecting it. I mean, they should be, and that actually is the direction that everything's going. My advice to my students, sometimes people will ask me, what clothes should I wear? What should I do with my hair? What should I do with my makeup? I typically will tell people, you should do what makes you comfortable. You should dress in a way that makes you comfortable. You should do your hair in a way that makes you comfortable, because the way that the news is going and storytelling is going in general, because of the rise of things like YouTube, is really telling authentic stories. And being your authentic self. We are not trying to imitate other people. We are not trying to repeat something that's been done before. I encourage my students to be themselves and to let their authenticity shine through.
Well, you also groom and mentor public speakers, and even have you literally done that for comedians, where you've comedians?
Oh,
I
don't think I've worked with any comedians. I don't think I'd be very helpful to them.
Well, I thought I thought that stand-up comedians were among the people that you've helped.
No, and I don't know what I could tell them that they don't already know. But yeah, sometimes I do some media training, right, and I work with people who may be speaking in front of an audience, or people who are doing something for a charity event where they may have to speak on a stage. And for that, a lot of how I try to build people up and help them do that has to do with confidence and presentation and preparation. And again, the surface stuff that we're talking about with people's appearance, that's part of it, because sometimes if you're put together on the outside, you feel better on the inside. But I have a lot of ways that I help people that don't really have to do with that. It has to do with preparing in advance, or even like talking to yourself in the mirror, or practicing your speech on FaceTime and things like that, which is more about how you feel on the inside.
Now, speaking of things on the inside, one of the things that I enjoyed watching earlier in the week was the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Oh my God, this is an Oscar Mayer, but it's a representational thing. This is an artist's rendering of what they were doing at the Nathan's hot dog cup. So here's the question though: is your whole family vegan, or just you? I think I read somewhere that you're a non-meaty person.
Right. So I'm mostly vegan. I occasionally eat fish. My husband's vegan, and his brother, Dr. Robert Ostfeld, is a cardiologist at Montefiore, and he encouraged all of us to go in this direction more than 10 years ago. And that's how long we've been doing it. And I feel great. I have a lot of energy. Thankfully, we're all healthy. My kids more or less eat what they want, because I think, it's a bit of a different situation with a kid. They can make their own choices about how they want to eat as they get older. But no, my kids are not vegan.
Well, you mentioned that in 2006 you had your first kid. So you still have youngish kids at home then.
Yes, my kids are 11, 14, and 15.
Well, so here's the question, and some say, oh, you wouldn't ask a man this question, but I probably would. Like, being a TV person and then having all the stuff that you have to do and being on these boards of various things and being a mom, how do you balance it?
Well, so being a mom and a wife to my wonderful husband are the most important things to me, and they really are my world. But I'm also very proud of the work that I do outside of the home. And as you alluded to, being a TV news reporter, it does involve things like strange hours, working holidays, going in on snow days when other people are staying home and they're cozy with their hot chocolate. So there has to be some buy-in from the family, right? Everyone has to be supportive and sort of on board with what the person's doing. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's all that different though than other moms who are working, and we know many moms are working. And look, I write about in the book that I'm not a perfectionist and I don't expect perfection from other people. And I take that philosophy in my house too, where, my kids know that some days I'll be picking them up from Carline from school and some days I won't. And I will make every effort to get to all of their games and dance competitions, but occasionally I may need to miss one. And sometimes people will say to me, oh, well, how do you do it all? And I'll say, but I don't, because I have a supportive husband. My mother and mother-in-law both live within a couple miles. So we're very thankful to have the family support.
But all the this one's over in this town, this one's just like a half a mile away. It's so enclavey. By the way, you mentioned I think your brother-in-law is this cardiologist. Boom, boom. But what does your husband do?
Oh, he's in finance. We met in a class at Columbia, so he's
Right.
not in the news business. We didn't like meet on a story.
Now at what point did you switch from pre-med to wanting to be journalist?
I was, to your point, I was pre-med. I wanted to be a sports medicine physician. My dad's a doctor, and I did a lot of sports as a kid. So that was what I thought I wanted to do. And I always wrote, though, for the school newspaper. I wrote for Echo, which is the newspaper of Tenafly High School. And then I wrote for the Columbia Daily Spectator because I like to write and I like to talk to people, but I didn't necessarily think of it as a career path. And then my junior year at Columbia, I happened to see a listing for an internship at CNN at the United Nations. And I didn't have class on Fridays at Columbia. And I thought that could be a fun thing to do when I don't have class on Fridays. And so I was fortunate enough to intern with Gary Tuckman, who's still a national correspondent for CNN. And he's a wonderful man and a fantastic journalist. And he really let me get right into what he was doing at the UN. He would let me come with him to news conferences and ask questions and help write the first draft of his CNN radio stories. It was incredible. And the excitement and the passion that I had for doing that really carried over. And that's when I thought, this is what I want to do for a job.
Well, the excitement and passion that we're feeling about having Jen Maxfield on Dave's Gone By, and also getting really excited about buying her book. More after the break. It's 10 stories that she covered over the years and then goes back to talk in depth to the people those stories happen to. It's really, really a terrific book. Now, Jen, I know you don't have that much time with us, but you still have a little more time, so don't go away. I have to go. I got to get back to shul. They've been waiting for me to finish my sermon. So hold on, stay right there. All I'm going to do is I'm going to share the screen and play another piece of your, where is it? Here it is. From Tenafly, of all places, Tenafly High School. Let's share this.
Oh boy, what have you found?
Oh, it's on everything's on the internet. We're going to play this right here.
For the last 26 years, the school record in girls high jump has been set at 5'3".
That's right.
That was just until a few weeks ago when the record was broken by 2 of our current sophomores on the track team. Last week, Jen Maxfield, the previous record holder, who is now a reporter for Channel 4 News, returned to the THS track to meet with the new record holders.
Hey, I'm Jen Maxfield, and for the last 26 years, I've been the girls' high jump record holder here at Tenafly. But in the last couple weeks, a lot has changed because not one, but 2 people have broken that record, and it's such a pleasure for me to be meeting both of them today. Narina and Riley, congratulations.
Hi, I'm Narina Kanzada, and I've been doing high jump since 6th grade, basically. We have a great coach, Coach B, who's been working with us really hard, and a few meets ago, I broke the school record, which was 5'3", broken by Jen Maxfield, and I did 1/4 inch above that, and since then, a few meets...
Sorry, just had to undo that so we can bring our guest, one of our guests, into the Daverhood live on this Saturday morning. It is July 9th, 2022. We're doing the 857th episode of Dave's Gone By, featuring our local new friend of the Daverhood, news friend, Jen Maxfield, and our longtime friend, David Sheward. He is the former managing editor of Backstage. He's also the former president of the Drama Desk and current theater critic for TheaterLife.com and CulturalDaily.com. Good morning, Dave, and say hello to Jen.
Good morning. How are you? Hi, Jen.
Hi, David.
Good morning.
I'm Dave. He's David. How was your week, David?
Fine. And school is over, so I'm on vacation. It's kind of strange. It's mostly been sorting through papers, and like I accumulate as a teacher, I accumulate so much paper. My desk is just covered with lesson plans and things like that. So I've just got to sort through it.
Can you reuse like next year over and over, or do you have to really change up?
You can the basic template, but you do have to, depending on your students, of course, make adjustments. So it gives me a general outline of but if they have other needs, if they have different levels, then I have to adjust it.
Now, joining us, I hope, also, because we don't have that much time with Jen Maxfield. She may have just a question or two.
Yes. No, I'm here.
But we do
Hi.
have
Good morning.
our mutual friend, Leslie Hoban Blake. Leslie is the co-host of Two on the Aisle, the theater review program that you can watch on YouTube on the Two on the Aisle channel. Leslie, say hi, of course, to David Sheward and to Jen Maxfield of NBC.
Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to be here. I'm sorry about the usual problems. They just keep coming. What can I say?
Hi, Leslie.
Hi, Jen. Nice
good.
to meet you.
All right,
Nice
so
to meet you too.
without further ado or a don't, because we only have Jen for like another 15 minutes, let's
Okay.
get into the game partially. And just play as much of the game as we can. It's the Today,
Okay.
Yesterday trivia quiz. Each question is worth 2 points if you get it right. If you get it wrong, that's not a problem, but you don't get the points and someone else gets to steal.
I call that a problem.
All right, it's a difficulty. I can't find
In
that.
the scheme of things, it's
In the larger scheme of things, yes. Okay.
So I will ask though that Jen, since you are our brand new friend of the Daverhood, could you kindly think of a number between 1 and 6 and tell us what it is?
5.
5, my favorite number. 5 for Jen. Leslie Hoban Blake.
6.
So of course,
Jen, you are gorgeous. I don't have everybody on here, and I just got a full view of you, and I'm in awe.
Well, thank you.
why, thank you.
You're gorgeous too, Leslie.
I'm really gorgeous, but
And David, are you
I'm trying to find a way of getting everybody on together because I'm on my phone and I'm not having any luck. Oh,
I don't know if
wait,
get that
I
on your
see
phone.
that.
I choose number 3.
David is the number 3. Leslie is the
We
number
could just
2.
immortalize our numbers, right?
Yeah, but if you're picking them every week the same, like I want to give you the options. So
Yes, of course.
So Jen is the 5. I'm going to roll.
There we
What Jen
go. I
doesn't
got
know
everybody
is
together.
I'm rolling a digital die, which just came up number 3. So David Sheward, you get to choose first, second, or third.
I'll be first.
David Sheward first. I'm going to roll
It's
the
not
die.
a surprise, Jen.
This happens every week. Jen is like, what the hell am I doing here? That's
Yeah,
another-
I'm terrified right now.
Oh, good. That's what we know.
Just for fun.
Leslie, do you want to be second or third, at least in the beginning part of the game?
Second, please. That'll give Jen a chance also to figure out the game, right?
Right, exactly. So, Jen, the one other thing that you need to know about the Today, Yesterday trivia quiz, aside from the fact that it's completely insane, is that the questions are related to things that happened in history on July 9th. Could have been 10 years ago, 100 years ago, that's the thing. David Sheward gets the first question, which is a multiple choice. David, are you... Oh, there's your school notes right there.
Yes.
So, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, the year...
Is that considered a cheat if David has his notes from school?
No, I'm putting them down.
Putting
I'm
them
just
down.
a blank. It's a blank pad.
Here we go. Tabula rasa for you. The year was 50.
Seriously.
Yeah.
1536. Was
Yes.
the year. After a difficult but successful second voyage to map out eastern Canada, explorer Jacques Cartier returns home to the French port of Saint-Malo. Which of these is false about Jacques Cartier?
All right.
A. He was mentored by Italian navigator Giovanni da Verrazzano. B. He was the first person to name Canada, Canada. C. On the second expedition, his crew was nearly wiped out until they were saved by drinking boiled tree bark. Or D. On his third expedition, he brought back a significant haul of diamonds and gold, expecting to keep a portion for his trouble, but the king kept all of it and gave Jacques only a small stipend. Only one of these is false.
All right. So he was mentored by Verrazzano, for whom the bridge is made. The bridge is named. He was the first one to name Canada, Canada. His crew was saved by drinking boiled tree bark, or the king took all his diamonds and only gave him a pittance, a stipend. They all sound plausible, and I think C and D are so detailed that you couldn't have made them up. A and B are more likely, so I'll go with B.
You're saying that B, letter B, it is not true that he named Canada, Canada.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, Canada, you are wrong. David Sheward, that is not the correct answer, I'm afraid.
Oh, well.
He misheard an Iroquois chief using the word for village, which was Kanata. So that is actually a true thing that happened.
Oh.
We're going to roll the die, and now we have a steal opportunity. Number 2, number 5. Jen Maxfield, you can get 2 points if you get the right answer.
So is it the same question as what you just gave David?
Same question. So you have only 3 out of the 4 choices that you have to choose from.
Okay, so it's the tree bark. They only got a little bit of, they took the diamonds, and what's the other option?
And he was mentored by Italian navigator Giovanni di Verrazzano.
And one of those is false.
Right.
The tree bark one.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid you are barking up the wrong tree. Yeah, they all had scurvy, and they discovered that they cured it by boiling the bark and drinking it. So I'm afraid that is not the correct answer, which means, Leslie, you have a 50-50 shot to steal the question.
So this is 1839, you said, right?
No, 15.
1530.
Sorry, of course, idiot. Okay, I was trying. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I didn't hear it. Okay, now, so I'm left with Verrazzano or the diamonds. He supposedly found diamonds and gold in Canada.
He brought back what,
That's what he brought back from Canada, was diamonds and gold, not maple syrup. I mean, well, you know what?
I guess he was tapped out. No.
I don't believe that there are diamond and gold mines in Canada. There may be coal mines, but I don't know about gold mines in Alaska. Yes, I don't know. That one confuses me. Verrazzano is very possible. I mean, I don't know if they were. I just don't know if they were. I want to say contiguous, but that's not the right word. I don't know if they were at the same time.
Coeval.
Say what?
Coeval.
Coeval. Okay. Well, that makes it sound nasty somehow. All right. I'm going to say the diamonds and gold. That's the one that jumped out at me the very first time.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, it's probably wrong, but I'll go for it.
Well, all that glisters, Leslie Hoban Blake, is 2 golden points for you because you have the correct answer. Well done.
Yay!
Thank you.
Very good.
What happened was that Cartier brought back what he thought were diamonds and gold, but it turned out to be just quartz crystals and iron pyrite, fool's gold.
No wonder they just gave him a small amount of money.
He was wrong. He didn't bring back anything of any real value. So
okay.
That's right. Leslie on the board with 2 points. We go to our next question, which goes directly to you, Leslie. So you can take a commanding lead here.
Yes, a commanding lead of 4 I can take. Yes, go ahead.
Well, with David, you kind of need it. Maybe with Jen too, except Jen can only stay another 5 minutes. But here we go. The year was 1945. Born today in Pennsylvania is Dean R. Koontz, novelist of thrillers and gothic horror. Since publishing his first novel, Star Quest, in 1968, he's sold more than 450 million books, but they haven't always been under his own name. For many years, he wrote under a number of pseudonyms depending on the genre or series. Which of these was not a publishing pen name of Dean R. Koontz? A. Brian Coffey. B. Deanna.
Sorry, was that Brian or Ryan?
Brian with a B.
Got it.
Brian
Thank you.
Coffey. B. Deanna Dwyer. C. Richard Bachman. D. Lee Nichols.
I recognize one of them for sure. You want me to give you the one that it isn't? The first one was the last name was K.O.
Well, the main guy's name is Dean R. Koontz.
No, I know who he is. I read his stuff. What I'm asking is it Brian what? What is Brian's last name?
Oh, Brian Coffey.
K-O-F-F-E. Okay.
We're C.
Lee Nichols is L-E-I-G-H-N-I-C-H-O-L-S.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize it had DGH. Okay. This is a doozy. I'm almost positive I know that Richard Bachman is one of his, or Richard Bachman is somebody's pseudonym. It might actually be Stephen King's pseudonym now that I think about it. I think I'm going to do that. I think that it's not Dean Kuntz's. I think it belongs to somebody else. So I'm going to say C, Richard Bachman.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah. I think they're probably all pseudonyms of different writers anyway.
Well, Leslie Hoban Blake, if I had more musical skill, I would have played a Bachman cantata because you got 2 more points. Well, that you literally nailed it. Richard Bachman was a pseudonym of Stephen King, and all the others though are D.R. Kuntz.
Oh, they are Kuntz's. Okay.
Yeah, that was the point. He used all.
David, does she get any Dr. Sue points?
No. Well, she should get extra points for knowing.
Why should I get Dr. Sue points? I got my own points. Screw that. I don't need
Leslie, you knew something else about one of the answers, so I think you should get more.
Oh, you're so
well, if that were the case,
that's right.
Yeah,
I would have
everything about movies. We would get all these extra points.
Yeah, if that were the case, I'd have so many points by now. I'd be
That's
the winner
right.
in
Hey,
perpetuity.
David, I'm not asking. You realize Joyce is trying to give. I'm not asking.
But we have just enough time to ask Jen Maxfield one of the questions. Are you ready, Jen? Now you know how it kind of works.
Yes, I'm very impressed by Leslie. So yeah, I don't know if I can beat that, but that was very impressive.
I saved it up. I have lost every week, but I knew you were going to be here, Jen. So I saved it up to make you proud of me.
I am very proud of you. That was amazing.
Good. I'm happy.
Me too.
You have a shot here. It's a multiple choice, so you do have a 25% chance. Is that how that works?
And I've got my fingers crossed for you.
Yes, a 25% chance. That's right.
The year was 1955. Published today is a manifesto against nuclear war composed by Albert Einstein and Bertrand Russell. Which of these is false about Bertrand Russell? A, as a child, he was unhappy, even borderline suicidal. B, he was appointed a professor at City College of New York, but the job was quickly taken away because he was deemed morally unfit. C, following his imprisonment for making pacifist speeches during World War I, he was banned from teaching in the United Kingdom, a ban lifted posthumously in 1975. Or D, early in his life, Russell was a strong supporter of eugenics and thought parents who were mentally defective should be sterilized. One of these is false.
I'm going to guess the last one is false, the eugenics answer.
So you're saying that D, eugenics, he didn't believe in that ever in his life. Final answer?
Yes.
I'm afraid we have to put that answer of yours to sleep. That is not the correct answer. He was a eugenicist early in his writing, in his career. Let's see who can steal this question. Number 4 is nobody. Number 2 is nobody. Number 2 is nobody. Oh, I hate this. Number 3, David Sheward. Steal opportunity.
Yes, shall I do my Bertrand Russell imitation?
I knew that was Bertrand Russell run off. Yes.
The fact that you have a Bertrand Russell impression is just beyond.
Well, when in Beyond the Fringe, they did a Bertrand Russell sketch.
Okay.
All right, I think it's C because I think he did still teach. I think he was suicidal, and I think he was considered morally unfit for some reason. I think it's C.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, I think he was still teaching. I think, yeah, I'll go with C.
Well, in Espanol, C is C. That is absolutely correct. He was imprisoned for 6 months for his pacifist speech making, but then as soon as he came out of prison, he went right back to teaching at Trinity College. And then about a year later, he left, but he was taught everywhere. It was never banned or anything like that. So David Sheward on the board with 2 points. He is behind Leslie, who has 4 points. No points. Now, here's the deal. I was told by your press person that, and thank you, Angela, for lining you up as a guest. You have to go, though. You have to be out here at 11:20. But at least you got through one round.
Yes.
The Today-Yesterday quiz. It has been absolutely a delight having you on.
What a pleasure. Thank you for being here.
And I put the link to Jen's book in the Facebook chat.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you for the time and taking an interest in the project and for putting up with me and my poor performance on this quiz.
Yeah, you were. But we hope that one day you'll have more time and you'll come back again and really play us now that you know how the quiz works. But most importantly, go push this really, really good book and teach kids well at Columbia and keep doing what you do at NBC News.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend and thanks for having me.
You betcha.
Bye-bye.
All right,
Bye.
bye everybody.
Bye.
Jen Maxfield, ladies and gentlemen, in and out of the Daverhood. All right.
So it's just David and I against each other?
Yeah. Well, at this point,
David and I against David and me against David and me against each other. Sorry. No, I am against. It's I get so confused about me and I all the time.
I was doing a who and whom thing before.
Yeah. Oh no, don't go there. Don't go there. Too soon. It's too soon. Who?
That's
what are we talking about? I'm sorry. I
if
have
you
no
take
idea
out, the rule is that if you take out the first.
Yes, I know.
clause,
That's why I had to say I am against, and then
it's like,
that's.
It's like Velma and I ain't dumb. You have to know that you would say I ain't.
I ain't dumb, right?
Yeah,
so
I ain't. Yeah, so that's correct. Well, wait a second.
So that's why I said it's David and first I said David and I, and then I thought no, it's David and me, but it is
So
David and I.
So
Because
Velma
it's
and I.
against David, right?
Velma and I
That is
ain't
the
dumb.
end of- Here ends the English lesson for today, right?
Well, no, but where it gets complicated for me is like the prize goes to blank, the person who gets the best score. So the prize goes to him. Fine. The prize goes to him who gets prize goes to he who gets the score. So it's not just
if it's so hard to figure out, I would say rewrite the sentence. That would be my suggestion.
I would say pick up your strunken. What is it? Strunken Wagnalls? Is that?
Funk and Wagnalls.
Your mother Funk and Wagnalls. Yeah, that's it.
That was Funk and Wagnalls. That was a whole thing on Laugh-In.
Oh,
Yeah.
was it really? Oh.
Yes.
That was a running gag. It was like after a punchline, they would often say, "Look that up in your Funk and Wagnalls."
Wagnalls.
Oh, I get it now.
It's Strunk and White. Who's the second person with the strunk? In the real thing,
Strunk and E.B. White. Something
Strunk and White. Okay.
Strunk. Yeah. Strunk.
We got a letter from E.B. White. When I was teaching 6th grade, when I very first started teaching, I began to read Stuart White to the class. It was it was age appropriate, for 6th grade in those days because the kids were only 10, so it wasn't a big, they weren't like 10 or 11 at the outside, and so by candlelight I read this to them, and I don't remember how it came up that I was reading something by E.B. White in the newspaper, and the kid said, "Could we write a letter to E.B. White and ask him about Stuart?" And I went,
"Whoa!
You know what? We could." So we composed a letter together as a class. We put together what was the most important things they wanted to know, and we sent it off to them. I think he was writing for the Times at the time. I don't remember, but I know that he had a column. And we got this lovely letter back, addressed to the class, and thank you so much for keeping Stuart alive, and this, whatever the hell the questions were, that I don't remember. But it was just, we framed it, we put it up on the wall. The kids were so proud. It really made a difference. I have to tell you, it really made them into readers. The fact that they now had a relationship with a living author.
Yeah.
There's a whole teaching thing in there that we could have followed up on it. I never did.
First of all, do you still have that letter somewhere? Did you?
No, and you know how many storage spaces I have, and how many boxes, and how many archives I have. No.
But think about it. After Stephen Sondheim died, what did everybody post on Facebook?
Yes.
The signed letters from Stephen Sondheim and what it meant to them. Getting that letter from him.
Right. I have one from Edward Albee. I never wrote to Sondheim, but I wrote to Albee.
Ah.
Well, Herb Simpson used to have this great correspondence. He was one of his proudest things. Herb Simpson, the critic, you guys remember him. And he had this long, tangential friendship, but a correspondence friendship, certainly with Edward Albee. And that was, he was always like Edward.
I was so surprised that he would bother to write. I wrote a note about, I got divorced, and I reread Virginia
Woolf.
Thank you. I was going to say George and Martha, and I couldn't come up with Virginia Woolf. And it was a long, rainy Saturday, and I just suddenly started to cry, and I went, I understand now. That's what I literally had an out of body experience.
Wow.
So I wrote him a note, and I said, I didn't really get this play until I got divorced. And he wrote back, and he said, you have no idea what this means to me, and he said, and I wrote that it was a rainy afternoon. He said, I know what it's like reading something on a rainy afternoon, and it was probably the appropriate thing at the appropriate time. And it was like, not the side of, because we had Albie, David, you must have been there, David Sheward. We had Albie at lunch. Do you remember at the show place at 26th Street years ago when we used to do drama desk lunches just on a regular basis?
Kind of. I think so. I'm not
and
sure.
Everybody was going to be careful. Don't bump into him. He's such a, and he was not. He was charming and voluble. And that's the kind of person he was, away from the persona that he put on for.
Well, let me ask you, Leslie, again, please tell me that you have that letter from him.
No, of course I don't. It's not that I didn't think it was valuable, and I did come across it every now and then in sheaves of letters, but I have love letters from boyfriends in one place, and I have, letters from my son in another place. They're not
yeah.
You mean they're not archived at the University of Texas or something?
No, not the letters. No, not the personal letters. No, they're not.
Mm-mm.
Well, I mean,
and it's Ohio.
It's
Lawrence and Lee archive it in Ohio. It's not Texas.
Well, anyway, we're playing the Today Yesterday trivia quiz with David Sheward and Leslie Hoban Blake. So we have the game so far is Leslie with 4 points, David with 2, and we're just taking on from there. So we're gonna have to turn it into a twosy thing now. However it works out, it works out. We'll see how it works out.
You feeling well, David? Dave Lefkowitz, you're feeling
thank
okay?
you for asking. Yeah, I'm still 3 days ago I tested positive, but I feel symptomatic. I'm fine.
Yeah, you probably will for a while.
Right, but I'm not throwing off any, germs to people unless I'm licking them or something.
Did you happen to listen to the news this morning, either of you? I know, David, you were on early, so you probably didn't.
What?
They're doing a whole thing about the mask mandates in the theater. Da-da, da-da. The actors equity was never involved in it, it turns out, and actors are up in arms and very upset about it. Swing actors are having to do 6 and 7 roles at the same time because the lead actors are going out, and they're not. This was done for business reasons, not for health reasons. Taking the masks out. The mayor pressured the Broadway League. That's what happened. I'm really upset about that. Yeah. And I'm not going back unless they put it back in. And if they wait until the end of August, then I will miss Into the Woods, and that's the way it goes.
So the news was just what? Interviews with I think, was it on New York One, and it was interviews with actors? It was on New York One, and it was interviews. No, it was also on Channel 7 last night. Oh.
It was also on ABC. Oh, it's a bigger issue than.
Oh, then it would have been a different story. Okay. I mean, the same story, but different.
But isn't the goat out of the barn, if you will? I mean, it was as of July.
Speaking of 1st. Edward Albee.
Terrible play. But isn't they're trying to corral as of July 1st, they opened the door. They took the mask.
Yeah, but look at the airplanes. So I won't fly because I have health stuff, but I have colleagues who went to conferences, like in-person conferences, and they get sick on the plane and then they bring it to the conference, right? So it's messy.
No, they can.
A friend's
say,
husband.
Okay, they can say we changed. They can say at the end of July we changed our mind and put it back.
Yeah, but they shouldn't wait till the end of July. If they know that there's a problem, they should say, "Okay, we were wrong. We're for the people. We're for health." It goes right back to the pandemic of 1918, the Spanish flu. The same damn thing happened, and the only thing that worked for them at the time, because they didn't have a proper vaccine, was masks. And everybody in New York walked around with white surgical masks. That's all they had. They weren't paper masks at the time. Masks work.
Yeah, I don't want to get too much into this because we want to get back to the game.
I'm so sorry.
But I'll just say briefly, I was in the waiting room of my physical therapy clinic where I go because I still am dealing with that from my accident.
Really?
And 2 workmen came in from the building next door. They were installing the air conditioning, and they said, "Well, we need to get at something in your building for the air conditioning from next door. And the receptionist said, okay, sure, you have to wear a mask. And one of the workmen refused to do it. And there was a big argument. And,
Wow.
and I sort of lost my head and yelled at this guy, which it was none of my business really. But you
were in the room. You were
You
in
were
the room.
It was your business.
Well, no, it was, I mean, he was going to leave. He just wanted to make a big issue out of it. And I really shouldn't have said anything, but I kind of yelled at him and said, well, just get out. And he just, and a fellow patient got into an argument also and said, oh, no, he's right, but he should follow the rules. I said, no, he's not right. And then I got into an argument with this fellow patient.
Wow.
Who was wearing a bandana as opposed to a mask. He said, look, I'm a rebel. I'm wearing a bandana, not a mask. And I said, oh, you're a real rebel. And it was a whole big thing where he said, by this time the air conditioning guy had left. And I was in an argument with the fellow patient wearing the rebel guy with the bandana. And what struck me most was that he said, oh, people aren't going to put up with this much more. It's, it's just medical oppression. And I said, oh, it's such an inconvenience to wear a mask. Boo-hoo. And he said, yes, it is. And I said, why? And I said, it's so that we don't get sick and die from COVID. Oh, this is all just a hoax. And at this point, I said, are you kidding me? Really? You really believe this is a hoax? And then he said, you know what? Just forget it and drop it. I said, you're right. But I'm just saying that's the mentality of some.
I know. And the theater is different. The theater and airplanes are the only two places where I can make the analogy. But in the theater, there are so many more people from so many more different places that have so many more different rules. So if the rule is wear a mask, that's all I ask. They're not even doing the vaccine check, which I really, really want. And my kids are flying to see their other in-laws in Utah. And that's a very long trip from Connecticut to Utah, with a stopover in somewhere, Chicago or someplace. And my son found something online that's a triple particle special mask that you can
wear respirators. So people who go to conferences who are really careful, they have almost a form, like someone went to the Philippines, it was like a respirator. But I think what David did is what we all feel. We're just overwhelmed. And it's like what my grandmother would say, it's the what is it? The something that breaks the camel's back, where you're perfectly normal and something happens and it's just, you're like, this is it.
I was responding to this guy's ignorance, and I was just very, both the air conditioning guy and the guy who was.
When this first started, I stopped people on the street and said, put on your mask. I stopped people in stores and said, put on your mask. I wouldn't stand up to anybody now. I would just walk the other way. But in my building, where they don't make you wear masks in the elevator anymore, and this is a 925 apartment building, so there's a lot of people here. I wear a mask throughout the building. And if somebody tries to get in the elevator, or if I'm getting in the elevator with other people, if somebody is not wearing a mask, I simply say, would you mind? I'm immunocompromised. I don't say put on a mask, you jerk. I don't say, and I don't put a should into it. I make it very, and if they would, everybody has been very good about saying, oh, no, they either put on a mask or they don't get on. But I feel as if I'm putting my finger in the fan every time I do it.
Well, I mean, but also the CDC rules are different now. I mean, America has, for better or worse, wisely or not, moved on to some extent. And America says, if you want to wear a mask, nobody's stopping you. Go ahead. But it's at the point where, unless Omicron goes like this,
but the rule today, this morning, the news said in New York, we recommend that you wear masks in indoor situations with large groups of people. Well, if that isn't a plane or a theater, I don't know what is. They recommend it. They're not mandating it. They're recommending it again. They haven't done that in months.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Trinity was here on Dave's Gone By.
Thank you for letting me vent. I really appreciate that. And David, thank you for standing up for it. Just be careful.
Stories. Yeah.
David, just be careful, because, workmen have tools. They have weapons.
But I think sometimes you can't help yourself. It's like you're to the point you're like, I
mean, the week after.
The world has changed, and fuses are very short these days. And you look at somebody cross-eyed and they come to your car and they shoot you. So,
but you know what? And I hate to say this, but I as a professor, aka teacher, sometimes when we teach, I think we often want to tell people what to do.
I know. Well, I definitely have a teacher attitude.
I think it's a remnant of being when we teach. It's like we're used to kind of
I even have a teacher voice, my son says. I use it. He said I use it in restaurants. I was not aware of it. He said, Mom, that's the teacher voice. I said, I'm talking to the waiter about something. I go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So what's the next question?
Well, the next question, which
What
goes,
question?
let's see,
Oh, I forgot. We're playing a game. Okay.
Yeah.
And I believe it's me.
So I believe it is you because we went David, Leslie, Jan, and now we go back to David again, even though there's only two people.
Okay.
The year was 1970.
Mm-hmm.
An historic day in baseball at Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium.
Oh boy.
I love this question. Chief Nakahoma, joined by his cousin, Chief Round the Horn. Not surprisingly, the Braves lose the game and finish the season in 5th place. Is Chief Nakahoma the most awful name for a team mascot? Be the judge. Which of these is not an actual major league sport mascot?
Okay.
A, the Minnesota Twins' Twinkie the Loon. B, Orlando Magic's Stuff the Magic Dragon.
Oh, wait a minute. Twinkie the Loon.
Orlando Magic's Stuff the Magic Dragon.
Okay.
C, the Dallas Mavericks' Horatio Hornbull and his Bullhorn.
Horatio Hornbull. Okay, and what's the fourth one?
Or D, the Cleveland Indians' Chief Wahoo.
Oh my goodness.
Wahoo.
One of these is not.
Didn't the Indians change their name? I mean, didn't they change their name to the Guardian?
Yeah, this must have been in the past because the Cleveland Indians are now the
Oh,
Cleveland
it's
Guardian.
1970. It's 1970. I forgot. Okay.
So are you saying these are all names from
Which of these was not an actual sports match? So they could have been changed.
I see. Okay. Yeah, in Philadelphia, we had the Philly Fanatic, which was this weird green thing with
I
a
love
nose.
the Philly Fanatic.
I love him too.
Yeah, but it was sort of like, what are you? You know?
He was fake. He was a social construct.
But I mean, what species of animal was he supposed to be?
Anteater closest, I think.
Okay.
I think he had a what his nose was a horn.
His nose was like part of his mouth, and it was like
yes.
All right, so it's
Twinkie,
Twinkie the Loon, Stuff the Magic Dragon, Horatio Hornbull, or Chief Wahoo.
Yeah.
I think Chief Wahoo is real. Horatio Hornbull and his Hornbuller, or what was
his
it?
Bullhorn.
And his Bullhorn. That sounds right. Twinkie the Loon. I love that. Because it combines twink and loon. So it's sort of this skinny kid who's crazy. Or maybe a stuffed sponge cake that's sort of got crossed eyes. And
sounds delicious.
And he comes to visit the bakery owned by Elmer Fudd and just upsets everybody. Get out of here, you lunatic. That was an unearthed Warner Brothers cartoon. Elmer Fudd and Twinkie the Loon in crazy bakery days. Give me the dough. Okay. Wham. Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, it's either Twinkie the Loon or Stuff the Magic Dragon, and we haven't had a B yet, so I'll say Stuff the Magic Dragon.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah. Yes.
Stuff the Magic Dragon was an actual mascot.
Oh boy.
Was for the Orlando Magic, so you are wrong. Leslie Hoban Blake.
Nice rendition.
Thank you.
I'm going to go with Horatio Hornbull.
Wow.
He said last night. At the bar.
Reason,
we had a very nice time.
At the bar.
I'm very glad I picked him. Yes, okay.
So, no particular reason. You're just going with that one.
Just because, yeah, we sort of, David sort of touched on all the other reasons.
He said that last night too.
Oh.
I love the euphemism reasons. Yes, go ahead. What?
Well, Leslie, you actually do get to blow your own horn because you have 6 points.
Yeah.
Oh, Leslie.
Game, Leslie.
Oh, I'm hot.
Oh
too,
my
baby.
God. And that's 3 C's in a row.
Is it? Ooh,
Yes.
Yeah. So that was, in fact.
Now, also, David, you went from the 1500s, and now we've been in the 20th century ever since. So
Yeah, we jumped a bit.
We jumped back.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah, right.
All right, here we go. We have another question, though. This question now goes directly to Leslie. So, Leslie, if you get this right, you're going to have like 8 points. An almost insurmountable lead, except we have only 2 contestants.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David Sheward, for that.
Yeah.
For the sort of, it's a sort of a knockoff of the Pelosi clap. Yes, I know.
I love it.
Now, here's the deal.
You're a
Leslie.
good boy, Donald.
It looks like Donald Duck. It is a Donald Duck impression.
Shadow hands. Yes, go ahead.
Now, what I want to see, though, Leslie, is your facial expression and what you say after I tell you this. Guess what kind of question?
Yeah, I already know.
Oh, no.
From the lead-in, yes.
3 clues in the
Three
news.
clues in the news. Yes, okay, all right.
Are you ready, Leslie Hoban Blake, for 3 clues? And you know how it works. These words are not related to each other. They're each related to the word that we are looking for. Is that your Are you ready? Are you ready for that?
Yeah, no, you want to tell me about couches, suite, and all that, or can I go on now? Thank you.
Go. The 3 clues in the news are pastry, modern, prune.
Ugh.
Oh.
Danish.
Yeah.
Danish.
Is that your final answer?
Yes. Yes, it's the only possibility. You got it at the same time I did, right, David?
I think.
Yeah, you both flashed on it instantly. And yes, that is, Leslie, the correct answer, and no extra points, but why Danish?
Is it because the Danes are now part of, no, that wasn't Denmark. Wait a minute.
There's Finland and Sweden.
It's Finland, right. I saw Finland and
Sweden.
Sweden. So why Danish? Wait a minute.
Hamlet.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Hamlet opened off Broadway last week, but no, that's not the reason.
That wasn't the reason. I'm trying to something. Obviously,
It's amazing how the horrible news just goes so quick from day to day to day to day to day.
Oh, there was a shooting or something in Denmark.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
In Copenhagen, there was a shooting. A gunman last Saturday killed 3 people in a Copenhagen shopping mall.
I was expecting
That's longer ago than that.
Abbey, so that's what
it was literally a week ago today.
I was thinking of that, and it's right. They push it out. I can only hold so many tragedies at one time. So
I thought it was longer ago than that.
No, you're probably thinking of Uvalde, or the shooting before that, or the shooting before that, or the
Well,
shooting.
was the one during a gay pride parade, or was that in Oslo?
I think it was Oslo.
Oh.
I can look.
Yeah, please do. That might have been Sweden. I mean, it's just like.
But a country that doesn't have guns had a gun assassination.
Look
And
at
in Japan.
That was so
That's what
awful.
I'm saying. A country that doesn't have guns. It's like when my son was little, I wouldn't give him guns to play with. I wanted to make him a pacifist from the earliest days. So what did he do? He picked up clothespins and went bang bang. There was something in, it wasn't innate, but he watched TV and he had other kids at school. So I couldn't stop it.
You can't stop somebody going.
I gave him a cat pistol. I thought, I'm not gonna not let him have it. I explained to him that this is a toy and you don't have real guns and blah blah. But he wanted a gun, and I didn't want to make him an outcast. So
it's like when I was in puberty and I got kind of addicted to enemas because I just loved having them. And
so let me just say before you go into your potty humor, it says Oslo shooting near gay bar investigated as terrorism. So it's Oslo on June 26th. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah. No, this is more recent. Yeah.
2 or 3 weeks, right?
I don't know.
Seriously. All right, we have we've got Leslie with 8.
Whoa, Leslie.
And we're only halfway through the game, but that means that David can pick up a bunch of points still.
Okay.
So we never know. This question goes directly to David Sheward. And
all right.
It's again a more modern sort of thing. Sad news this week. when we lost legendary actor James Caan.
Yeah.
A legend for such films as The Godfather, Cinderella Liberty, Brian's Song, and Misery. Caan also has some lesser-known titles on his IMDb page.
Okay.
Of these was not a movie that featured Jimmy Caan.
All right.
A. Pizza with Bullets. B. Viva Las Nowhere. C. Freebie and the Bean. D. Pregoland.
Wait a minute. Okay. Freebie and the Bean.
Or D. Pregoland.
Spell that.
Pregggoland.
Correct.
All right. So Freebie and the Bean, I know, was a movie that he was in. I believe Alan Arkin was the co-star.
Right.
And it was like a cop comedy that was all the rage in the 70s. And you weren't going to do another C anyway. So we can eliminate Freebie and the Bean. That was real. So it's Pizza with Bullets, Viva Lost Nowhere, and Pregoland.
Right.
Huh. Well, I don't know. Viva.
I don't understand Pregoland. I mean, the rest of them.
Well,
make sense to
Prego
me.
is like for pregnant. So it could have been about a comedy about being
Johnny,
pregnant.
I was thinking Italian sauce. I swear to God.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean,
Okay.
Pregoland. Yeah.
Pregoland.
Or it's thank you in Italian, or it's please in Italian.
We're gonna go to Pregoland, and you are gonna get the pregnant, and you can't have no abortion in any of these estates.
But you have pizza with
So
bullets,
that's
because
why
that's
we
the way
call
that-
the whole southeast of the United States a Pregoland, and that's why. And you gotta have the Prego
David,
sauce.
that's good. That's sick, but it's good.
That's why I'm doing this a cheesy accent, like Perry Como on that episode of the Carol Burnett show.
You sound just like my Uncle Joe, Giuseppe's.
Now, how come that isn't racist when you do that? But when I do other ethnicities, it's like, oh.
Of course it's racist. We're just not bothering to say anything about it.
Well,
He said it was cheesy. He went ahead and said it was cheesy.
Well, cheesy has a different connotation.
You don't need to beat it to death.
All right, Pizza with Bullets. Oh, it could be anything. I mean, he was a struggling actor at one point. He probably did some shit. God, Pizza with Bullets is just so ridiculous. It's probably real, and so is these all are so ridiculous. If Freebie and the Bean had placed it somewhere else, I would know that C was not the right one, because you're not going to do 4 C's in a row unless you're going to sell.
Of course he is.
Unless you're going to sell some salad dressing.
Look at his face look at the face he made.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 7 C's and 4 C's makes a Parmesan cheese.
Yes, it's just so awful.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna have some Prego sauce with that a 4C Parmesan the cheese.
You need some Locatelli Romano, my friend. Paisan.
And then you're gonna love. All right. Okay, I'll just say Pizza with Bullets. It's probably real, but any one of them could be. No, I'll God, Pregoland. Pizza with Bullets. I'll say Pizza with Bullets. What the hell?
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, a shoe.
Well, I gotta say this is not just a game show, it's a slice of life, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, you can be cheesy, but you can also be crusty, Dave. And that's why we're giving you 2 points.
Oh, thank God.
Answer for that question. There is, by the way, a movie called Pizza with Bullets. It was made in 2010 and featured Talia Shire and Vinnie Pastore from The Sopranos.
I actually know about that movie because it came up when either when Tony Sirico died or when somebody else died. It came up in somebody's IMDb and I wasn't looking for it. And I thought, oh, that's so funny, and I moved on,
But I did. There it was. And Pregoland is recent. Pregoland was from 2014, and Jimmy Caan was actually in it. So,
oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, and he was also in. I don't remember when Viva Las Nowhere was, but these are all later. This wasn't like.
Was I supposed to? Oh, never mind. It's okay.
Yeah, but David Sheward, 4 points.
Okay.
Like 8 points.
Catching up as usual, David. I mean, if you're you're probably going to win. It's like the person on Jeopardy who had 0 at the intermission, and then when Double Jeopardy came, made all the points and got
right.
won.
But here we go. This is now going directly to Leslie, I believe, right?
Yeah, like
Yes.
there's nobody else.
Yes.
Unless you got a mouse in your pocket, yes.
Yes.
Looks like anyway. Guess what, Leslie?
Again?
Oh no.
Wasn't supposed to happen this way when there were 3 contestants, but it
All right,
You did
don't
really
feel so
well
bad
with
after the
Danish.
first one.
Huh.
You
I
did
don't
well.
feel so bad after the first one. Let's give it a shot.
All right. Are you ready? Are you ready for this question?
As much as one can be for this particular question, yes.
The words are hit. H-I-T. Hit.
Thank you.
Hit.
Ground.
Round.
Halloween.
Oh boy, say it again. Hit.
Hit. Ground. Halloween.
Correct.
Oh, I think I know.
I-
Yeah.
Maybe, but I'm not sure.
I'm totally stuck on this one. The only thing that came to mind for the first 2 was ball, and then Halloween came up, and I don't know if that's like a Halloween ball, to have a dance or something, but I don't think that's what it is. Costume doesn't work. I tried costume. Hit show Halloween. No, I'll just go with ball. I don't have a better one.
So, is that your final answer?
I'm stuck. This is when I got stuck. When that happens, I can't.
Okay.
I'm in my own head.
So you're having a ball, but you are not getting the correct answer on that.
Right.
So David Sheward.
All right. I was thinking of ball too, because there is a Halloween ball.
Yeah.
You hit a ball and you can have a ground ball.
It's a good answer.
All right. Okay. Hit. Ground. Ground swell. Ground wave. Ground Halloween.
I think I know, David, but I can't say.
Well, yeah.
If David gets it wrong, I'll let you try it.
Yeah, that's part of the rules.
Yeah. Okay. Smash. Ground. Halloween smash. Halloween pumpkin. Pumpkin ground. Pumpkin Halloween. Costume. Hit ground. Ground. Ground dust. Halloween dust. Hit smash. Hit. Oh, no, not record. Ground. Not record. Ground floor. Ground. Oh, if I had a show I was doing, I'd say
I just
that.
thought of it. I know what it is.
Okay. Halloween. Halloween party. Halloween prank. Ball. Ground. Coffee. Ground hit. Oh, I'm just gonna say smash. I can't think of anything else. Smash.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, yeah, no, you did not make a smash with that answer. So hold on, Leslie. I do want to give maybe Joyce a chance to.
Sure, of course.
To chime in.
I thought it was movie, like Halloween movie, but then I don't think so. No.
No, I know what it is.
Say Leslie.
Parade.
Your
Oh.
final well.
Oh, parade ground.
I think that's my second go around with it. Yes, it's parade, but it came.
Oh,
to me
parade ground. Oh,
Right.
Hit parade and the Halloween parade. And
the thing was with this one, we should have tried to find out what the Halloween word was first, and then you could go back and find the others. But the fact that it's in third place, I always try to mix them up when I write them down instead of in the order that David gives them, because you get stuck in that mindset, just what you were doing. I could only come up with the word fall.
What happened this week with a parade?
How quickly we forget.
Oh, the 4th of July parade in Highland Park.
Yeah, where 6 people were killed, multiple wounded. Same day that Joey Chestnut was interrupted in trying to break his world record eating hot dogs by the protester. As that was happening,
he grabbed in a chokehold.
Yeah, but same moment that was literally happening, some guy was shooting up the Chicago Halloween parade. It's just been.
I hope they get that father. I hope they do something to that father who signed and got the kid the gun and said, "I was nothing wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. I don't know why you're bothering me."
Well, I read a story about that family, and evidently the police were called to their house dozens of times for domestic disputes. They were running out of money. He ran like a deli, which was very popular, but they just were making a bad go of it business wise, and they would take it out on his wife and
the family. The father wasn't even living with the family anymore. But he signed off for the kid. He signed off because he wasn't 21. But he said all families have troubles. That's what he said.
But you don't.
Paraphrasing Chekhov,
I was gonna say all families are unhappy in the same way and unhappy. Yeah.
Also, the murder
well, Tolstoy said that.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was attributing it to
That's
Chekhov.
the beginning of Anna Karenina.
Yeah, well, yes.
So
He
all
loved
right,
that book.
we have.
I knew it was a Ruski. I knew that much.
We have a game. We have Leslie with 8 points, but David climbing up there with 4, with a few more questions to go. So it is not out of the woods. So this next question, though, goes directly to David Sheward. It's our question in the quiz. And it's from 2018, but it is not a multiple choice.
All right.
From its home office in Seattle, Washington, Starbucks announced today that in order to go more green, it would completely phase out something by the year 2020. What did they nix?
It was either napkins or straws, plastic straws.
Is that your final answer?
Well, actually, they don't use straws that much. They use stirrers. Oh, was it napkins or paper or the styrofoam cups? I'll say styrofoam.
Can I say, was they're trying to phase out the union?
They didn't have a union to phase out. So.
Okay, I'm gonna go with styrofoam cups.
Is that your final answer?
Yes. Now it's my final answer.
Well, David, I wish I could toast to your answer, but it is correct. So, Leslie, you can build on your lead.
I thought it was styrofoam cups. I thought that was a great answer. Okay. And I also thought that the straws was a great answer. I don't think they can, for sanitary reasons, get rid of napkins. I think they have to have napkins. Napkins are gossamer paper. They don't clog things, I don't think. Most napkins are fully flushable. I mean, they're just, okay, we'll let that go. Paper plates, did they have paper plates? Plastic containers for the food, for the pick and go food. So they made everything in paper containers. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I'll go with. So plastic containers for the takeaway food.
Final answer?
Yeah, I don't have any others. That's as good as I can go.
Well, ordinarily that would be a pretty good takeaway, Leslie Hoban Blake, but it is not the answer. I can't believe you didn't pick it was plastic straws.
I thought you were right when you said it, Dave.
In 2018, they said that they would completely try and phase that out by 2020, and they did. The single-use plastic straws, and they end up changing the lids of Starbucks so that they've got these weird sort of mouth things now where they're
like children's. It's like children's, like
a sippy cup. Yeah, like a sippy cup.
I love
sippy cups. It's interesting because not just Starbucks, but I mean, I used to eat out a lot, but I've been going out to eat.
Oh no, Leslie.
Leslie.
It's not me. It's her. Are you there?
Yeah.
We're back. You're back.
Ask her to unmute, David. Ask her to unmute, David Lefkowitz.
Oh, she's having there. Hello. Leslie Hoban Blake. This gives me an opportunity to remind you that you're watching Dave's Gone By.
No, I'm back. Wait. Okay.
Hello.
It's a conspiracy.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
The same old Wi-Fi used to complain.
Yes, right.
Welcome back.
Welcome
the
back.
Wi-Fi you had, we always complained about, and the dreams we've all had were all frizzy and interrupted. Who would have thought they'd lead you right back to that shirt you're wearing, which looks like an upholstery covering?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
David, my Nana would say, you're fresh. Woo, you're fresh, David.
Compare our guest to a couch. That's wonderful.
I didn't compare her to a couch.
It's the only colorful shirt I own, and I pull it out every now and then to wear. And thank you so much for the compliment.
It does have that sort of
it was a compliment.
In the 70s.
I know.
It does. It really does.
Oh God!
That was extreme. You didn't get the sarcasm. Sorry about that. I'll do that so you know.
You're watching Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my wonderful wife, Joyce. We're doing the Today Yesterday Trivia Quiz with David Sheward and Leslie Hoban Blake. So we've got a couple more questions. Let's see, it's 8-4. It is almost out of the woods, but not quite, because we have another question. However, this question goes to you, Leslie Hoban. Like, I don't think we're going to do no
tiebreaker this time.
Save it for another time.
Questions, and we'll make whatever it is count.
Sure, save it for another time. Go ahead. What do you got?
So here we go. The year was 2014. Leslie Hoban Blake. Businessman and politician Joko Widodo becomes the 7th president of Indonesia, a position he still holds today. Which of these is false about Joko Widodo?
Oh boy.
A, he's known for his striking resemblance to Morgan Freeman, and the two posed together when Freeman shot a movie there. B, he instituted the death penalty for drug smugglers. C, after college, he ran his grandfather's furniture factory. Or D, he's a huge Metallica fan.
I actually think I saw that photograph. I mean, it could have been somebody else, but I definitely saw Morgan Freeman posing with some person of color in some country that looked like him. So, death for drug dealers, furniture factory, Metallica fan, which is false.
Yes, all of these are
true. I say that he ran the furniture factory is false.
Is that
probably true, but I'll just say it for the hell of it.
Final answer, the furniture.
Oh, it's a C. I shouldn't do that. But we haven't had an A or a B so far.
6 was an A, I think.
Say what?
Wasn't 6 an A?
6 was an A. 6 was pizza with bullets. That was A. Just so you know.
Oh, I didn't. I missed it. I didn't write it down. So the only thing we haven't had is a B, and it doesn't matter because we're not using this. I'm going to stick with the furniture factory, just for the hell of it.
Final answer.
Just for the sofa. Go ahead.
Well, I like how you couch your answer in those terms.
Right.
Let me check. I've made a table of calculations there, and I have to check with the chair of our department.
Obviously, obviously it's wrong, right?
And I'll consult with the bureau because yes, you did get the wrong answer. I'm afraid he did work in his grandfather's and father's furniture factory, and actually the funny part was they were doing and they basically almost declared bankruptcy. They were impoverished, but they got, and then they did well, and then they started selling outside Indonesia and did okay. But David Sheward, you have a steal opportunity here.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. All right. So he looks like Morgan Freeman, and he posted a picture with him. He had the death penalty. He imposed the death penalty for drug smuggling.
Right. He may have or he may not have, but he imposed it. Yeah.
And he's a Metallica fan.
Right.
Well, we haven't had a B at all. And that's what I said last night. So I haven't had a B in a long time. And I think Leslie she says that A is true. She corroborated that, so I believe her. B, the death penalty. You probably instituted the death penalty for something else, like jaywalking.
Final answer?
Yes.
Well, speaking of death, that just killed your dreams.
Oh,
David Sheward, I'm very sorry he did. He was supposed to be like a reformer and more of a liberal guy, but when it came to the drug smuggling, he was just like, no. He used to.
Since the rake-off was so much, he needed and whatnot. Yeah, right. So what was it, Metallica?
Actually, the Metallica is true. In fact, he's a huge Metallica
fan. He doesn't look like Morgan Freeman. Oh, okay. Okay.
Here's the Danish Prime Minister gave him a signed vinyl box set of Metallica as a gift because it's common knowledge, but he had to pay for it himself, so it didn't look like a international bribe. He had But the thing was, Joko Widodo is known for his striking resemblance to President Barack Obama.
Oh, hubba.
That's right.
So Leslie, were you dreaming or hallucinating, or was it?
No, there is somebody who looks like Morgan Freeman. I've seen a photograph of them together. It may have been when he was making Invictus. Wasn't he in Invictus?
He was, yeah. Freeman? Yeah. So
I don't know. Maybe he just posed with what's his name in South Africa. I can't think of his name now.
He does look. Yeah. He
played the role, so maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Excuse me.
All right. Well, we've got one more question.
I'm better at 11, David. You're tired already. I'm better at 11 because I'm slightly awake now. I don't know.
David, you have a matinee today, or do you?
No. Oh, David?
Yeah.
No, but I am meeting a friend at 2, and we're going to see the Louis Armstrong house here in Queens, which ironically I've never been to, even though I've lived here for many years.
I've taken a 3D tour of it online, but I've never been to it.
What part of Queens is it, David? Do you know that?
It's in Corona. It's about 25 blocks from where I am now.
Oh, nice.
Well, careful of the virus, because Corona is riddled with it.
I know. Isn't that sad? I feel bad for people who live in Corona. It's like you think, like, why do you have to pick the name?
I still feel worse for people who live in Flushing, but that's a whole.
Or the people who live in Garbage Town, I feel bad for them.
Yeah, they really should have changed that name.
Yeah.
So here's the deal.
Or Devil's Armpit, Arizona.
Yeah.
Really?
No, yes, I just made that up.
Was that the last round? Was that the third round just now?
Well, that kind of would have been the third round if there had been 3 people. So you know what? Let's do this you have pens and paper.
Yes.
Let's do this so we can both hold up the answer at the same time.
Okay.
And Leslie, congratulations. You have won no matter what this week. So David had it last week. Leslie.
Thank you. My people, thank you.
Yes, my people will talk to your people.
Right.
So here's the deal. Here's the question. It is not a multiple choice. It's a write-in answer. Kindly write in the answer. I'll read it twice. First time you write the answer down. Second time, 3, 2, 1, you show it to the camera. Are you ready?
Yes.
The year was 1959. Okay. Born today in Scotland is singer-songwriter Jim Kerr, who started his career with the 1970s punk band Johnny and the Self-Abusers. That name lasted only 8 months until the band changed it and also took on a poppier new wave style.
A poppier what? Say that again.
A more pop new wave style.
Okay.
Following soon were such hits as Life in a Day, Glittering Prize, Belfast Child, and the Breakfast Club classic Don't You Forget About Me. Jim Kerr didn't write that song, but the band sure made a pile off it. Name that group.
And they're from Scotland?
I know the songs, but I don't know the group.
Scotland, yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Wow, David's got an answer. Leslie, I don't know if you do. No. No. All right. Well, are you gonna
Not
write
even a
something?
guess.
So just write More After the Break by Jen Maxfield.
Oh, or she could, or Leslie could, you could use that time for some self-reflection and, journaling.
Not self-abuse, but perhaps, yes, perhaps
Maybe
I
off
could
camera,
use
but
my
yes.
life in this moment of solitude.
All right.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna read the question again, and then give her 3, 2, 1, and hold your answers, whatever they are, up to the camera. 1959, July 9th. Born today in Scotland, happy birthday, is singer-songwriter Jim Kerr, who started his career with the 1970s punk band Johnny and the Self-Abusers. That name lasted only 8 months until the band changed it. They also took on a poppier new wave style. So following soon were such hits as Life in a Day, Glittering Prize, Belfast Child, and the Breakfast Club classic Don't You Forget About Me. Jim Kerr didn't write that song, but his band sure made a pile off of it. Name that group. 3, 2, 1. I see a question mark and I see Banana Wristwatch or Ramones. Well, no,
Oh my
Ramones were
Lord.
definitely not Scottish. That would not be.
What was it? What is
It was
it?
not question mark in the Mysterians. I don't know if this would help at all. It wouldn't help me, but it's a convoluted clue. They took their name mostly from a line in David Bowie's Genie. That's where they kind of got the name from. For the
The
band.
Mysterians? That was what it was called, the Mysterians?
No, question mark. That's a whole different band. Question
Oh,
mark.
sorry.
I don't know. I mean, the song "Don't You Forget About Me" that's in my head now, but I don't know the name of the
And
group.
mine as well. Very, very sticking in
Well,
the head.
it's not a complicated answer.
The Scots.
The Simpletons, Simple Simon, Simple Simon,
Close.
the Pieman.
Simon Says.
You're on the right track,
Simon.
David. You're almost there. You're halfway there, actually.
Mother Goose and the Gooselings.
We're far away now.
Simon Legree and the Whippers.
Yes, exactly. That's it.
Bring it back to the first word.
Simple.
Simon.
Simon Pure. Simon Eyebrows.
What are you
Simon
pointing
Head.
at? Your head?
Simon Forehead.
Simon Big Forehead. Simon Bald. Simon Glasses.
Not Simon.
Head.
Brain.
Head.
Or
Head.
Cabeza.
Max Headroom.
No, it's not Max Headroom. No, is that no?
David, you're not good at charades, honey.
No.
There's no other way to do this one. It's like
the simple mind, simple mind.
Simple Minds.
Oh,
yes.
I thought that was a TV show.
That the name means nothing to me.
Oh, it's Criminal Minds. That's Criminal.
No. Simple Minds.
Simple Minds.
Let
Okay.
contestants revolt.
1980s.
Well, actually, the Banana Wristwatch, I think that was a joke rock name, I think, on the Carol Burnett show.
Oh, maybe that makes sense.
So you have got me hooked on the Carol Burnett show now. You realize that. I
Or
watched
the
it.
Honeybees from Gilligan's Island.
And this last week, they had Glenn Campbell, speaking of musicians. And I forgot what a charmer and a delightful performer Glenn Campbell was.
Oh, he had his own variety show.
I never watched it. I mean, I was not I liked some of the music, obviously, but he was adorable and I didn't realize it. And they were terrific together. And so I'm grateful that you've turned me back on to Carol Burnett of all things.
Oh, nice.
Did you see the documentary about his final years on tour?
No.
He had dementia, but he kept on going.
Oh, shit.
Like a rhinestone donut.
Yeah, but you don't forget. So if you have, it depends on the type of quote unquote dementia, but it depends where it hits you. You could remember stuff, yeah.
But only when he was working with Lady with Gaga, and when she would tell him we're gonna do so and so, and then he would click in, the name would click in, and he could do it. But he didn't know which end was up. Other than that, unfortunately.
By the time I get to the kitchen, I'll be peeing.
Oh God, David. You ageist so-and-so.
I have a friend who's gone into La La Land. I phone her sporadically because it's an effort on my part to recover from the phone calls. She gets on and I don't know who she thinks she's talking to. And she tells me sometimes about her new husband or the fact that she's pregnant. The woman is 88 years old.
Yeah.
Or that she has 13 children. But the thing is, she's happy. Wherever it is that she is in her head, she's happy. And her daughter just moved her closer to her to California. And I said, I wouldn't mind it if I knew I could be happy. Because there are all kinds of, scenarios in my head I wouldn't mind living in. Honest to God, I wouldn't mind having different dreams, being somebody else every day. That would be lovely. What I'd be afraid of is that I'd be, gaunt and horrified, not knowing if this was a nail or a finger. That's what I'd be worried about.
The best thing about Alzheimer's disease.
You don't know you have it, or
no, you meet new friends every day.
And I'll tell you, so just honestly, like professionally, many of the best people that I know are people you'd consider, I say cognitively impaired, right? Or you consider them demented. But I think for people, when you're with them, you have to roll with their reality, right?
That's what I do.
If you can do it, but it is painful sometimes. Like I have,
very difficult.
Yeah, kids will say like, my mom or dad remember me. I'm like, it's not about your ego, right? This is a disease. It's like,
I
like,
talk to her daughter all the time now, and I tell her daughter what our conversations were. There's something that she can check in with, but as I say, I find it very debilitating afterwards.
Well,
I think. The funniest story I had was one of my students looked like a guy had an affair years ago with a woman, right? They were having an affair, and his wife never said anything. She was very normative, right? Like, cohort normative. And then years later, she began to cognitively slip. My student looked like the woman that her husband had an affair with. So my student got all of the, she's like, you so-and-so, and my student was mortified. I'm like, listen, they're working through their stuff with you, baby. I'm like, you're a proxy for somebody who was.
Wow. Yeah, but that's so unfair.
Yeah, but the student knew and eventually moved her because she had beautiful curly hair, and that's what did it. The hair got her.
It was tubes,
the right thing to do is to move her because it sets off bad things and good them. I mean, that's
yeah. But the woman worked through her stuff. It was great for the woman. I was like, sister kind of got that out.
But you guys must know the classic joke of the 75-year-old man who goes to the doctor.
Oh no!
And, gets an exam, gets it all tested. The doctor comes to him, sits him down, and says, "Okay, I got a couple of pieces of bad news for you. Well, you have third stage prostate cancer, and also, by the way, you have Alzheimer's." Well, he goes, "Oh, thank God! I thought you were going to tell me I had cancer."
Yeah. I think it's a whole thing. I mean, it's societal, but it's part of what I do in my professional life, and I think it's, it's such a huge, expansive thing. So.
Well, yeah. Well,
yeah. It's good you support Leslie. It's good you can support the person as best you can. I think that's great.
We have been friends since 1960 something. When I first became a teacher, she was my mentor in school, and just a lifelong friend. And we traveled. You met her, Marna, the woman who did with us. You both met her, Marna.
When she was at your birthday meeting, when?
No. She was unable to come. She was supposed to come. She was afraid to. Yeah. She was afraid to. I think she was in beginning stages at that point. No, she came to Paris with us.
Oh my God!
The name rings a bell. I cannot.
For Achka, remember David Achka?
She was a darling woman, funny and bright and
Actually,
just.
Leslie, you know what you have to do? You have to remind her of the thousands of dollars she owes you.
Oh no!
Yeah, right.
No. No, bad.
Last week.
But you see, you said something interesting. Now you both are in the system, so you have a chance to. Are they allowing you to do a TDA? Is there such a thing now? Tax deferred annuity? Do they tell you to take some of your money and put it in a tax deferred annuity, David Sheward?
Well, there are different instruments that you can put your you can designate part of your salary to go
This
toward.
man
I do
gave
that.
me one piece of advice
Yeah.
all those many years ago when that thing was first done. She said, put 5% in because it's going to go to taxes anyway. So put 5% of your salary in every month. Just do it.
Leslie,
And
you're not going to believe
it's a
this.
negligible amount of money. I just put it down to put that in. It was automatic. It was done. I can't tell you how much money I have now in that. I don't touch it. It's not real. I haven't touched it, but it's safe and it's grown exponentially. And I'm leaving it to my kid. I don't
I've been
need
doing
it.
that since I was able to in my current job. I take literally 5% of my paycheck.
Wow.
Tax.
But yours is not invested. This is invested. I've been getting, it started at something like, well, I was in the one that went up and down with the market. That drove me crazy. On paper, I lost so much money, I wanted to die. So I put it into the safe one, the non-variable, the fixed.
Yeah.
And it went from 9 to 6. It's getting 6%.
All right.
Well, 6% is unbelievable these days.
Wow.
You can't get 1% in the bank yet.
And I was thinking about changing it with what's going on. And the advice I got was leave it where it is.
6%, you leave it where it is.
6%, and just I was going to take it and stuff it in a mattress, was what I was going to do with it. But because I got really nervous.
Yeah. No, but when you start losing it,
But if
Leslie,
you
I'll
can,
be
if that still exists, I'm sorry.
Yeah. When you start losing it, Leslie, I'll be the one who's calling. It's like, Leslie, there was money that you were keeping at the mattress for me. And then you'll go like, oh my God, I guess I was.
No, Leslie will not.
David who? David what?
Well, we have.
David, did you post the last week's one that we did? Did you post it on YouTube? Because I couldn't find it.
Everything we do is posted on YouTube.
I watch you on YouTube, so that's why I looked for it.
It should be there. The whole episode should be there. So
because I'd really like to watch Jen. I'd like to see how you. Jen and the Rabbi, I can imagine must have been a hoot and a half. So I want
to. Yeah, and don't forget you can go to davesgoneby.com and watch every episode we've ever done.
Oh, I didn't know that. I go to YouTube. I will. I never knew that.
How do you not know the website of this program for 20 years?
I don't. You never say it, so I don't know it. You ask us what you tell people where they can find us. You never mention that.
Oh, guys.
Speaking of which, where can you find us?
Thank you for bringing that up, David Sheward. Well, David Sheward, since you brought it up, I know that we can read your reviews in theaterlife.com and culturaldaily.com. What did you review this week?
Well, I reviewed the Hamlet that we discussed. That went up at the beginning of the week. I saw it last Wednesday.
Okay.
I believe I have. There's another thing about the Carol Burnett show based on my visit to the Paley Center, where they have certain episodes that are not available on DVD, and there are certain episodes that have been hacked up into 22-minute segments where the missing pieces have not been seen and they're not on DVD. So they have about 8 or 9 episodes with material that has not been seen in years.
And the Paley is open and letting people go and look at all the stuff. Wow.
Yes.
Where is it, David? Where is it?
The Paley Center for Media is on West 52nd Street.
Oh.
Between 5th and 6th.
It's right next door to 21, right?
I think so, yes. And
they make the worst hamburgers in the world. That's a wonderful. So you're really hardcore. I mean, you actually left Queens and went all the way to Manhattan to do that. That's amazing.
I go to Manhattan to go to Broadway when I am invited. And last night I saw Richard. There's also a blog on the David Desk about just what's happening in the fall. 2 or 3 shows have announced they're coming to Broadway. New shows. And Juliet is coming from London, the musical, which imagines what would have happened if Juliet had lived instead of killing herself when Romeo died.
I love that.
And that's a big hit musical in London. So that's coming to the Sondheim Theater. And there's also a play called The Collaboration about Basquiat and Jean-Michel Basquiat.
Was that announced for Broadway? I didn't even see that.
And Andy Warhol with Jeremy Pope and Paul Bettany.
Wow, that's going to be good.
That's coming to Broadway. It was in London where Jeremy Pope was and Paul Bettany, and it'll be Bettany's Broadway debut.
Huh.
And I saw Richard III last night in Central Park.
Oh, wow.
So I will be doing a review of that soon. That
You've
opens.
been a busy boy, haven't you?
Yes.
Actually, in Central Park, since it's outside.
It's outside, yes.
They mask?
And they did check for vaccination.
Right. Oh,
they did. Oh, I'm so happy to. You know, the problem with Central Park is I can't make the walk into the park. If they had a little jitney or something, I could do.
From 81st Street. I saw someone who.
First and Central Park West, it's an uphill climb.
I saw someone on a golf cart being driven who had
where
crutches.
Where do you get the golf court?
I don't know. I mean, he had crutches, and as I was walking out of the park after the show,
I'll check into it.
This golf cart came up, and he had crutches, and he got out of the golf cart and said, "Oh, thank you so much." So maybe there's
unless he simply hitched a ride on something that went by.
I think it has to be ADA accessible. I think it gets public funding. So
I haven't gone in the last 3 or 4 years because it's been an impossible jaunt for me.
Last year they did not have it in 2021 or 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait! Oh no, they did. They did Merry Wives in 21.
Yeah. Oh yes, and I missed that. But this is
it was on television. And they were filming it, so I don't know if they were filming it for television or for the Lincoln Center Library.
Okay, well, unless this was a very, like maybe he was a large donor to the thing. I'll call the press agent on Monday and try to find out about it. This is a good thing to know, though. I would love to be able to go back.
Yeah,
but we had to wait in these long lines for the vaccination card, which I don't remember having to do for Merry Widow. I mean, they did check our cards, but the lines were much longer. But masks were optional once we were inside.
Optional.
Maybe because
outside. I do understand that it is outside.
Maybe because
I wear my mask outside. I wear my mask everywhere.
But I did wear my mask, and it was an interesting production. We'll see. It's the first time I think Richard III has been played by a woman.
Oh.
That I can think of.
So she had 2 humps.
You're a regular Joey Bishop. You just think of these things, you know.
Mr. Peabody.
That's right. Well, I have a hunch that we also have to hear from Leslie and find out anything new on Two on the Aisle. No.
Watching, I think I'm going to do what you do, David. I'm going to compile a list of all the actors who were acting in Touched by an Angel in 1994. Whatever it was.
Why that?
Because it's amazing the people who were on that show.
Well, you might as well do Law and Order.
Jack Black. James Marsden was known as Jimmy Marsden back then. He was a kid. He called himself Jimmy Marsden. I mean, that's what I do. There are 2 shows on every morning, and that's what I wake up to. I was Touched by an Angel. And I get around the politics because she and her husband are very right-wing, and
what's the other show?
And the other show is Quantum Leap is done. And now they do 5 or 6 episodes on Sci-Fi on the Sci-Fi Channel on Fridays. And it's amazing because I don't remember the early ones. I think I may have come to Quantum Leap late, or I've forgotten them. One or the other. Maybe that's my dementia. I don't know. But I'm just trying to think of. And then you'd love this. There was a Columbo on last night, and Stephanie Powers, 1971.
Oh.
Stephanie Powers was playing a model for hire in a camera shop. And it's like so many years before Heart to Heart, which is her big claim to fame, right? She was supposed to do Applause. I would have loved to have seen her do Applause.
That and The Girl from Uncle.
That's right. I didn't remember her on that one. But she was supposed to come to Broadway with Applause. And I had done it in stock. And I was so eager to see her because I thought she would be so right for it. You know, that in my head, that's what I was modeling it on instead of Lauren Bacall. Because I really liked Stephanie Powers. Just the way she looked. I never thought much of her as an actress, but I liked the way she looked.
And now if they even revive Applause, they put her in the Len Cariou role.
Wow.
They give the Len Cariou role to, or, the other Lauren Bacall role to, Harvey Firestein.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? At this point, why not?
Why not?
I can hardly wait for the floodgates to open when 1776 opens.
Right.
Yes.
What's the story with it?
It's just going to be all female or trans women or non-binary women. It's going to be totally all no cis males in that production. So I'm very
finally.
I'm very curious.
Yeah, it's going to be very
If that's
interesting.
going to get
because we're
any leverage, if Fox News is going to say, "Oh, it's the
By
end
the
of
way,
it's
both of
the end
you,
of Western civilization."
if both of you are interested, let me know and I'll tell Charlie. If you want to sit in on the aisle on any reviews of shows that Charlie has seen, because he's
well,
sort of
Leslie,
stuck.
just so you know, and just so our audience knows, within a few days, I this week talked with Charlie about the bedwetter. So we reviewed that, and that's going to.
Oh,
Oh,
great!
you've done it already.
your
Okay, good. I
personal-
knew he was going to talk to you.
But that's your personal discussion. What did you do for theater?
Yeah, what play did you talk about?
I said, he told me he wanted to do with you, and I said, oh, he was a perfect. I said, you were a perfect choice. I said, for that particular show, you were the best choice in the world. But David, because he discussed it with me, and I said, you know, he has his own entree now to many of the critics that he didn't really know before, but that he's already done shows with. So he can call upon others. And so he will call upon you if you're available, David.
Yeah, whatever. Just let me know. Sure.
Okay. Well, I'll have Charlie contact you directly because
David,
I don't
you're
know
going to be
which show.
seeing a lot more shows
Oh,
than I will.
he's been very he's perfectly happy to go.
Great.
It doesn't disturb his equilibrium in any way.
Great.
Well, his wife is a doctor and his kid's a nurse, so I think he probably, feels in.
It doesn't keep the elephants away, though. Just because
yeah.
The elephants away?
The what? The elephants?
no joke about it keeps the elephants away.
Keeps the elephants away? What does that mean?
I'm trying to remember what the first part of that is. I don't remember.
I think it's when you camp out. If you're camping out somewhere and there are elephants, you want to keep the elephants away.
If you're camping on the African veldt or something.
No, it's apocryphal. It's the idea of doing something specific as a superstition. And the reason you do it is it keeps the elephants away. For example, if I do this every time I think of something, and I do well, and I go, well, it keeps the elephants away.
Because it has.
It's a nonsensical thing.
I've never heard that expression.
It's okay. I have, and you look it up and you'll see it. It's there.
Oh, it's probably in Kander and Ebb's trunk song somewhere. Get it? Trunk. Well, we will. Okay, it's time to end this segment finally with David Sheward, Leslie Hoban Blake. Have a wonderful week. Hope to see you guys next week for more of our Today Yesterday quiz on Dave's Gone By. Let's do the kisses and congratulations, Leslie, the winner.
Woo, Leslie!
Excuse me while I show off my upholstery.
You go, girl. You go, girl.
You rock that schmata. Yes, you do.
Listen, I'm really sorry about not having anything to report. I'm supposed to see Into the Woods this coming week, and I haven't decided whether I'm going to do it or not.
Yeah, I'm booked for it. I'm assuming I'll be.
I'm booked for it, and I'm just. I want to see if the debate about the mask thing makes any inroads. Today is only Saturday, but once it goes public, once it's on the news.
Yeah.
The league tends to listen, and I think they bowed to pressure from the mayor who wanted them to take it away.
Oh, really?
And I think they thought, and I think it was all done because they thought it would make a big rush at the box office. But there are people that they talk to who say no. There are people at the theater who say, no, I don't think I'm coming back. So that was what on Channel 1, that was the kind of thing they were doing. They were interviewing people who said, no, I was not comfortable. I didn't like it. I don't want to do it.
Yeah. No,
I think, Leslie,
you
have to act in your, I believe like everything in life is about risk and, comfort. I think we all have to act within our comfort zone. I think you have to be, you're smart. You're smart. Yeah.
Joyce, I'm so old, I do nothing else but once upon a time I might have bowed to pressure, but I don't do that anymore.
Yeah,
I haven't for the last 20 years for sure. But here's the thing. It's one thing, the press agents don't know what the theaters independently are doing. It's not their job to know, so they claim not to know. Of course they know, because they're standing outside the theater every night. So of course they know, but they're not giving out that information. So I would have to get myself together, get in a cab, get over there, and ask, are people having to wear masks? Because individual theaters have the right to do it whichever way they want. And then I would find out when I got there, well, I'm not going to do that. If I can't know in advance that the theater is or isn't doing it, I'm not going to, it makes me feel that my whole life, that for the last 25 years, was every day going to the theater, has just turned upside down and backwards,
Yes. I think for many people, it's things we used to take for granted. You know, when I watch old TV shows, I'm like, wow, they're all going out together for dinner, or they're all, you know, we forget the normal that we used to have. Yeah.
Well, I go outside to dinner. I will eat outside in
Good.
places. There's a wonderful place across from Grand Central Station called the Pershing Square, which is underneath the overpass.
Yeah.
And it's such a, I never ate there. Well, that's not true. I did eat there before, but I didn't think of it as a viable place. And now I see what it's great. It's a long expanse, no shelter of any kind, just outdoor tables with umbrellas. And it's really, it makes you feel very normal.
Yeah.
It feels like a normal outdoor. The tables are very far apart, really far apart. There's nothing close to you on any side. And I just thought, oh, this is a wonderful idea. It's across town from me, so I will go there more often. But I wanted to say something else about I don't remember now.
Oh.
Something you said, Joyce, I wanted to follow up on, and I lost it. So whatever.
About
it is.
the risk stuff, like I think
that.
About feeling like things we used to take for granted that we don't take for granted anymore.
Right. But you know, this is not something that we did. This is not something that we ever lived through.
Yeah,
People did live through this, but not us. And so,
yes.
And I just don't understand what you said before, David, was everybody's tired of it. Yeah, everybody's tired of it. I'm tired of it. I don't enjoy putting on a mask, for God's sakes. I just bought another package of 50 masks, you know?
Well, Eric Adams, look at is when we had the Stanley Cup, or not almost the playoffs, and the Rangers were in moving pretty high up this year in hockey.
Right.
And there'd be 50,000 people in Madison Square Garden.
Wow.
Some of them chose, I'm sure, to wear masks, but by then it was not a thing. You could or you couldn't. And whether, you know, even a tiny percentage of those people died, I doubt. Whether a bunch of them got COVID, okay, they got sick like I did last week. That's where the world is now, you know.
But you see, that's the thing. So people go, well, I'll get sick and I'll take pills and I'll get better. There are cases of long COVID, which I also got. Yes. There are terrible things that are happening. People between the ages of 45 and 54, they said, interesting juxtaposition of numbers, seem to be most at risk. This was just on the news again this week. That's the highest death rate.
Wait, 25, what?
45 and 54.
Huh.
And I thought, how interesting.
You already killed off the 80-year-olds. That's the only reason.
That might be. Yeah. That might very well be. But then the other thing was, okay, I've lost it. I'm sorry. If I don't jump in immediately, it goes right out of goes out any orifice it can find. It had to do with so the rates are up. The New York rates are up.
Of course they're up. Everybody's getting it.
We used to get up every morning, and I would listen to first. I would listen to De Blasio, then I would listen to Cuomo, and but I would get a shape of what was happening. This is the chart. I know it was boring, but every day I could see the chart. I can't see a chart anymore. I take my own tests. I don't go out and get a test. I take my own test, so my results are not going into the folder. But I'm getting negative. I have never tested positive.
Thank God,
No, I know all about it, but I mean,
But Leslie, back in the day when Cuomo was on the air every day, 1,000 people were dying a day in New York, and 3,000 people in America. You know, that's why it's different. Now you've got 5 people dying a day.
It's what's the word when it's equivalent? It's equivalent. The number is up for us now, and they also took away the color coding this week, where they used to have it like color coding, where it was yellow was okay, and then orange, and then you went to red. That's gone. They said that wasn't working. Well, it worked for me. If I saw red, I didn't go. You know, I mean, very simple-minded when it comes to this. So there's no way to check. I go online and I can't find anything. I'm sure there's a place where I could find it, but I can't find it. And I need the news to tell me every day. This is today's COVID list. And so they finally said, yeah, we're up in New York. Which I sensed anyway, you know. But I really feel bad.
The only reason I'm counting now is because when I got sick last week, I took a home test, and then I went to a school, took a school test, and then a couple of days ago I went to CVS just to check and see if I still had it in my system. It did, and that gets reported to New York. So now I'm a statistic in the yes camp. But if I was just doing the home test,
right. Well, they don't give you a place to report it. If they gave me a number to report it, I would report it. I've never been told about a number to report it.
You can't, that's like taking a poll and assuming
If they made a robot caller thing where you could just call in and press a number, one for yes, two for no, anonymously, it would take 2 seconds. The thing could run 24/7. And I would, anytime I tested, I would put that number in. I'm very conscientious about this, but they don't have such a mechanism.
Because Republicans would call 20 times and just say, no, 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 no.
Well, you're right. You see, that's the problem. There's always a way around everything, isn't there? For people who want to get around something. Anyway, my loves, it's lovely to see you.
Yes, you too, Leslie.
Much
Hoban
love.
Blake from 2 on
And
the
I wish I had more to report. I'm sorry.
No.
You can't keep asking me because I have nothing to report. If I have something to report, I'll let you know. How's that?
You could just say, Leslie, that I'd like to report that I am the winner. I am the winner.
I just may start compiling a list of who I saw on Touched by an Angel that week.
I
Just
If
the
you
hell
start
of it.
watching a lot of, yeah. You know, if you want to review.
No, David, she has to make the Leslie desk too, like David. Make the Leslie desk, and then you have a chat, another blog.
It has to be like the Leslie Leaf or something to make it work. It can't be the Leslie desk.
I think that would be awesome. And then just as he does with Carol Burnett or with like comics, you could parallel with other shows.
That's what I was thinking. I suddenly thought of that today. I hadn't really thought of it. But
Well,
I
you know
could
what?
do that.
A column that I would love to read of yours, or all of our gang. I don't know if you keep your old. Well, obviously you keep your stuff, but you just don't know where the hell everything is. Like go through your little stage bills and play bills from 30, 40 years ago, and poke through and all the people that you saw that nobody heard of, and now they're so. Wouldn't that be a cool column?
That's a good
I once upon a time kept every playbill I ever had.
Yeah.
I got rid of those
Of course.
maybe 15 or 20 years ago, but I kept one box from childhood, which included my very first show, which was a revival of Oklahoma, which is the thing that turned me on to wanting to be in the theater. I saw that and I went, that's it. That's what I want to do. And I was 10 years old. And I therefore took I have two brothers and a sister. I took each of them to the theater when they were 10. Didn't stick, didn't make the difference. Two became lawyers, one became a doctor. They had no interest they thought it was frivolous. To the end of their lives, they thought, my sister is still alive and so is one brother, but they never had the bug. And but the point was that I kept the one box of those, which goes back to the dark ages when there were candles on the stage, footlights. There were real footlights. But that box I kept, and then everything in between I keep for a season and I throw it out. It's the one thing I'm able to let go of.
Yeah, I had to do that a few years ago when we were moving.
I know where that box is, but I've lost the key. Ready for this? I've lost the key to my storage rooms. I have 3 storage rooms, and I've lost all the keys. It's going to cost me $100 to break in, plus I have to buy new locks. And I'm not going there by myself.
No,
my housekeeper, who was with me for the last dozen years, is no longer. Became a health aide, and she doesn't leave Brooklyn, and I don't blame her. Mm-hmm. And so I feel lost without her. Mm-hmm. And I can't do the room by myself. My son's going to come down and maybe help me go through some stuff. Yeah. But
when he does, when you get a chance, I get that.
Okay.
Well, Leslie, feel good.
This is lovely. Thank you for the chat. This is like, you can cut this all off at the end, David. You don't need to leave this in.
Well, we're live. this is all good. It's not like a show where we just pitch the last 20 minutes.
But when you put it on your
site or
whatever, you don't edit at all. You just leave it all in. Well,
I leave it all in on davesgoneby.com.
I'm going to so good for the chit chat. Thank you for the chit chat. It was charming.
You're most welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, anytime, Leslie. You're the best. You're the best.
Oh,
yeah.
No, you're the best.
Too. No, you're the best.
See you later, Leslie. See you next week. Oh, Leslie Hoban Bloke and David.
What a great show. What a great show.
Jen Maxfield. I know, right?
How do people know so much information? Like, good God Almighty. Are they robots? Are they like automatonic robots? How do they know all that?
I guess if you're in the business that we're in, if we're writers and in the
but how do you
remember stuff?
Louise.
But we live in a time when you don't have to. That's the messed up part. Over the past 30 years, thanks to Steve Jobs and whatever their names are, trivia doesn't mean anything anymore. It's like, what was the meaning of
I think there's like what Leslie and what David provide as context, right? So I can look up an answer like who was the king of Sweden in 2010 or 1810.
Yeah.
But they give context to it. I mean, people used to make fun. I had a thing on my office door that said every time an older person dies, the library burns to the ground, which is an African proverb. And it's different because that knowledge will be retained in some capacity, but the contextual links won't be there. I think that's what David and Leslie are so good at. They can link so many different things.
Yeah.
And also David does funny voices, which I like.
Those are fun. Those are enjoyable too. David Sheward, Leslie, Hoban, Blake, playing the Today, Yesterday quiz on Dave's Gone By this Saturday, July 9th, 2022. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. That's my wonderful DG helper is actually my darling and adorable wife.
Yes.
Oh my God. Well, we still the show isn't over yet. We still have some more stuff.
Oh my God, David. I just made another cup of tea. I think it's a marathon, buddy.
I don't think did I drink even the cup of tea?
Go get your tea. Go get your tea.
Probably ice by now. Yeah.
Well, no, go get it. Run and you need it. Yeah.
One moment, please.
I'll do the Benny Hill music. Is it still hot?
It's not hot, but it's tasty.
But it's sweet, so it'll coat your throat. That's what I'm worried about.
That's what he said. Okay. So, thank you very much for this, my darling.
You are welcome.
So, I don't even know if I promised I would do Dave's Big Dictionary. So.
Hit and run.
Hit and run. Let's do it. So, we also have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned and Friends of the Daverhood. Let me talk very briefly and extemporaneously about the concept. Where's my Dave's Big Dictionary music? Of hit and run. Extra, tell all about it. It's Dave's Big Dictionary. So I get the impetus. Well, here's the deal. Earlier in the program, Joyce, my wonderful wife, was upstairs with an old Merriam-Webster dictionary, and she thumbed through it. This is the way that the segment works. She thumbed through it completely at random, even maybe with eyes closed, and then landed
shut.
Ran and put her finger somewhere on the page. Again, not looking until the very last moment when her finger had already landed. And then my job in this particular segment, which I really thought we'd have to fill time on this episode of the show, but no.
I put a picture of a book, see?
No, I can't. I'm not watching Facebook. I'm only seeing Zoom. Puts her finger on the word, and then I have to talk at random, extemporaneously about whatever this word puts into my head. And, we were doing this a couple of years ago. It was a fun little segment. It gave me something to talk about, and it let my mind roam and wander. And so this particular word, or phrase even, is hit and run. It comes in as a word because it's hyphenated. Hit, hyphen, and, hyphen, run. And so I've got to talk about that. So, again, just doing the neurons, just doing the synapses, the first things that come directly into mind is, and this will often happen, is a musical thing. So I'll remember a line from Lou Reed's Street Hassle, which is a charming little song from his album Street Hassle, and says, why don't you grab your old lady by her feet, lay her out in the darkest street, and by morning she's just another hit and run. Cause
that's not a good one, honey.
What a nice character he was, yeah.
That's not nice, though.
I think it's like something about a girl who overdoses, and just what do you do with her? Well, just drag her to an alley, and by morning she's just another hit and run. And what else was I thinking about that called up to mind? Hit and Run Driver, which Joni Mitchell references in, but she uses it in a metaphorical way.
It doesn't just have to be music.
What? No, it doesn't have to be. I am literally just grabbing whatever is coming to my mind.
Oh, okay.
About a hit and run. I'm trying to remember if I've witnessed.
What about hit it and quit it?
Hit and quit. That's a different thing. But have I, in terms of what would I do? Like, or that was if you ever read Bonfire of the Vanities, a wonderful book by Tom.
Yeah.
And the whole point is, you've got these two well-off, white, privileged people. They're coming home from a party. They go on the road and they hear a thump, and they're not quite sure, and they don't want to look, and they don't want to whatever. But turns out they've hit somebody, probably killed somebody. It's been many years since I've read the book, and what they figure they'll be able to get out of it. So they figure they have their lives, they have their privilege, they have their whatever. They made this mistake. It was dark in the middle of the night. They try and get away from it, but eventually it comes back to get at them. But it's that feeling of wanting to, and I'm very much like this, of wanting to escape, of doing something and then figuring, if I, like a child who closes his eyes and figures that no one can see him. Right?
That's called magical thinking, I think.
Is that really magical? Is that?
It's like you say, like you cover your eyes and you think people can't see you. Yeah. Where'd you go, David? Where'd you go?
I don't know.
Oh, you're gone. Come back.
Glaucoma. Oh, no, it's just this. So, but that's it. I mean, we all have that perhaps instinct of something bad happens, and then, for that moment it's horrible, but a moment later the world has still gone on. The room you're in is still the room you're in. The person you are is still physically the person you are, and maybe you take a breath and you figure, maybe it'll just go away. Maybe it didn't happen. Maybe it did happen, but the ramifications won't be so bad, or I can slough it off or put it on someone else. I think we all have a little bit of that instinct. So when I think of hit and run, which is illegal, of course.
Yeah.
I like to think that we wouldn't do it, that I wouldn't sort of just something horrible and kind of sneak away and just like, not me. And or was me, but maybe no one saw and maybe no one can tell. Or if, I would be brave enough to go like, oh boy, gotta face the music on this, even though it's going to be some very harsh discord.
Or David, like when somebody like backs into another car in the parking lot, some people leave a note and some people don't, right?
Right. And
it's
then
very interesting, yeah.
You kind of look back and you go, well, I don't see any damage. Right? You get back in the car, and if you suddenly say, oh shoot, I took a taillight out, you're kind of obligated to leave that note or to wait and make the phone call or whatever. If it's a tap, and you've seen, I've done that, if it's like a little boop, and you're kind of like, well, I heard the boop, right? But it doesn't look like anything, I've scratched anything, doesn't look like anything at all has happened. Let me just get the hell out of here. And I get that too, that human instinct for self-preservation tends to come above all things. And I've seen accidents. I just witnessed another accident about 3 weeks ago, going into the parking lot of the local supermarket.
What happened?
I heard, these things are, you hear it rather than see it. Then you look and like, oh, something happened, right? But the guys both kind of pulled over where they were, which is exactly what you're supposed to do. Except it's dangerous to do that in traffic.
Yeah.
Anything else is like, can't just go into the parking lot or something. So it's not like they had nobody travels around with traffic cones to put before and after and on the sides of your car. You probably should. And I think maybe they put on their the flashers or something.
Yeah.
But literally, one car stops, it closes the lane down while they're first waiting for the cops to get there. They're waiting to take each other's information. So I don't know how that's supposed to work. You're literally supposed to stop exactly where you are, right? And just, I don't know, call the cops, wait, or get out of the car, wait, and try not to get hit by other cars. That, especially in the nighttime, it's a terrifying thing because they're in the middle of somewhere. I really should look out because I'm a driver. I should have this information. But that's what I think of when I think of the happy phrase, the happy idea, hit and run,
Why don't you rename it? Somebody gets a hit record and they run with it. Somebody gets a hit play and they run with it. Hit and run.
Well, wait, remember when you read it out of the dictionary, there was another word for it that we both never heard of?
Oh, I think it was
hit stick or something. It was hit.
I gotta go find it. Hold on.
Yeah, Joyce is looking for the dictionary where we found the word in, and hit and run, that's carried over. But there was literally another word in the definition called, what was it called?
Hit skip.
Hit skip. Which you would think would be more popular, but hit and run just lasted.
I think hit skip is when you can't run, you just skip away.
Is that British?
What?
Is that a British one?
It didn't say, I don't know.
Hit skip. Not feeling it. Not feeling hit skip. But I'm gonna hit skip away from this segment, which was called Dave's Big Dictionary, based on just rambling a little bit about a word or a phrase, and just, again, whatever it happened to bring into my head, whether a musical phrase or something real or something that happened to me or something that I witnessed. Well, you are witnessing the 857th episode of Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my wonderful wife, Joyce. We're coming up on almost the end of the 4th hour. Don't have a lot more left. We still have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, God help us. But first, we're very proud and very happy to have a new friend of the Daverhood this week. We thank once again Jen Maxfield, the author of More After the Break. And also, you can still see her on NBC News all the time. She's still finding stories. So Jen Maxfield, More After the Break. It's a really good book. I absolutely recommend it. Please go grab it wherever books are sold. And it's published by Greenleaf Book Group Press. And thank you to Angela Thomas for setting that interview up with her. Really, really great to have her in the Daverhood. Great to have David Sheward and Leslie Hoban Blake in. And of course, Rabbi Saul Solomon, founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. Now, Rabbi Saul, find out more about him at his website, shalomdammit.com. Shalom, D-A-M-M-I-T, shalomdammit.com. That's where you can read his little sermons, his rabbinical reflections, watch footage of his stage show, the entire show, and even his TV show, Shalom Dammit. It's all there, shalomdammit.com. Well, those are just the friends we've had in the Daverhood today, July 9th, 2022. But we've been doing the show since October of 2002. So over the years, we've had tons of wonderful special guests, and we kind of like to tell you what they've been up to since they've been on the program, because they're our friends of the Daverhood. Blah, 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 blah. So, here's what's happening in terms of the friends of the Daverhood. For example, want to let you know that this Monday, July 11th at 7 o'clock in the evening, producer Jamie DeRoy, she's produced or co-produced a whole bunch of Broadway shows and off-Broadway things, but one of the other things she does is she's a cabaret person, and she MCs and has been a cabaret show for like 20-something years. She's doing a benefit for what they call the Entertainment Fund. That's the new thing that they're calling the Actors Fund. But they call it the Actors Fund for 40, 50 years. Now it's the Entertainment Fund, and she's doing a cabaret, her usual Jamie DeRoy and Friends, this Monday night at Birdland, and her guest, one of her guests, is the great Robert Klein, who was also on this program just a few years ago. So what a great combination. Jamie DeRoy and Robert Klein happening this Monday night in person at Birdland. And then later in the week at Feinstein's 54 Below, Lucy Arnaz, going from the 14th to the 16th, yay. And then from the 16th through the 22nd of July, catch Robert Cuccioli, if you happen to be in St. Louis, Missouri. He's doing Swingy Todd. He is Swingy, one of the great, great singing all-time theater and operatic theater roles, Swingy Todd at the Muni in St. Louis. And then playing now just through tomorrow. This is the last weekend for The Minutes on Broadway. That's the new play by Tracy Letts, which features our friend, the one, the only, the ubiquitous, I'm sure he has 10 things lined up after this, Austin Pendleton. So go see, and he's very funny in the play. It's The Minutes with Austin Pendleton on Broadway just today and tomorrow. at Studio 54. If you're out on the West Coast, you have one more full week to see the new play by Willard Manus. It's called The Funny Man, all about writer S.J. Perlman, that is being done at the Brick House in North Hollywood. Want to remind you that on Saturdays, including tonight at 5:30 p.m. at Birdland, go see and listen to Eric Comstock and Barbara Fasano. And if you happen to be all the way in Spain, in Barcelona, go see Alice Ripley doing an immersive version of the, I think it's certainly Tony nominated, probably Tony winning musical, Next to Normal. She won the Tony for it. And I believe the show itself, the original version, won the Pulitzer too. It's Next to Normal in a 1 hour, weirdly outdoor immersive, I've got no idea what it is, but it's happening in Barcelona with Alice Ripley now through the end of the month. Well, Japan figuring a lot in the show today. Katsura Sunshine's Japanese storytelling show called Rakugo is on view at New World Stages off-Broadway, playing now through the whole summer. Christian Knoll is in Dear Evan Hansen. That is on Broadway through the middle of September. Long-running show that is coming to an end in a few weeks. Same thing with Come From Away, which is written by our friends Irene Sankoff and David Hine. That is at the Schoenfeld Theater. On Broadway, Larry Kerwin is one of the writers of the musical Paradise Square, which is choreographed also by our friend Bill T. Jones. Mr. Saturday Night on Broadway, very enjoyable show. It features, I wish we could get him on the show, Billy Crystal, but the lyrics for the songs, and they're very smart lyrics, are by our friend Amanda Green. That is at the Nederlander Theater on Broadway. Aladdin has music by Alan Menken. That's at the New Amsterdam Theater. Monday nights at Birdland, it's Jim Caruso's Cast Party. Evan Seplow is the founder and editor of StageBuddy.com, a great site for New York nightlife information. Dr. Demento still doing Dr. Demento shows brand new ones, as well as archiving all the old ones for a small fee at drdemento.com. And let's not forget stories about upstate New York history from Bob Cudmore at bobcudmore.com. Those, my friends, are the friends of the Daverhood.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, so hoity-toity, so such high
It's
level.
not as nice as the opera guy singing on the Nathan's thing.
No, certainly not. No, Nathan Dorma, it certainly isn't. But
while eating a mustard hot dog, it's not.
And while watching other people bring down tackle. He's like, I'm just the DA. I'm not the cop, you know. Well, here's the deal. We have one more thing to tackle on this episode of Dave's Gone By, because we've had so much fun, right? We've talked about the Coney Island hot dog eating contest. We've talked about COVID. We've talked about theater. We've had our Today Yesterday quiz. We've interviewed Jen Maxfield. We've had the Rabbi in. A little bit of Dave's Big Dictionary, and we went to Greeley for Greeley Crimes and Old Times. What else could we possibly have to do?
We cry, go home and cry.
Yeah, because we're going to be doing the Colorado. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a limerick. It's a 5-line poem, usually either raucous or rude, or just playing like, oh, why did he?
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those.
No.
And this Saturday, on this July 9th episode of the program, we're going to Beau Mar, Colorado. Beau, like the bow, Mar like the sea. 2 different words. Beau Mar, Colorado. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it, and then I'm going to say a horrible poem about it, and then we can end the show.
You're the poetry man.
A limerick is a comic verse of 5 lines, in which lines 1, 2, and 5 will end with words that rhyme. And likewise, verses 3 and 4 also end with words that rhyme. So this is a limerick.
Rocky Mountain, Colorado.
Yes, Colorado. It is Christine Lavin. It's time for our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. Beau Mar, let me tell you a little bit about it. It's a town of about 850 people in kind of northern central Colorado. It's still considered sort of a part of the Denver metro area. So it's not next door, but it's still drivable. It started as an agricultural hub to feed both Denver and Littleton, Colorado, and was named, this is very cool. You know why they named it Bow Mar, hon?
Bow, it's beautiful view.
Wouldn't that be lovely? But no.
It's probably no.
B-O-W. No, this is
I
so
don't know.
clever. There are 2 lakes in the region, Lake Bowles and Lake Marston. So they put them together and make it Bow Mar, Colorado. Homes were built there in the 1950s. Is that potato
I see.
talking? Yeah.
I see, Archie. I see.
So homes, they started building houses there in the 1940s. Each home had a full acre of land on it back then. And the town was incorporated in the 1950s, and it's a rather well-appointed town. There's a beach, there's a yacht club. I went on Zillow, and the first home they showed me was $2 million. So it's a rather nice area of Colorado, or as they say on the website for Bomar, a friendly, family-oriented community in a quiet country setting with a private lake.
Ooh.
I'm not saying it's whites only. I'm not saying that's what the whole crystal is, but it's one of those, and it's Colorado. So yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful place, as so many places in Colorado are. It's Bomar. However, we're going to tarnish it a little bit. We're going to sully it just a smidgen with a limerick about, and by the way, you can leave the kids in the room. This is a tragic Colorado limerick, but not a dirty one. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Limerick of the Damned. A foolish young fellow named Omar drinks unfiltered water in Bomar. He says he feels great. He's even lost weight, but that's from his cancerous Tomar.
Oh, no, 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 no. Why?
Send your comments and complaints to davesgoneby@aol.com. Remember, that's davesgoneby@aol.com. I try and read every email I get. You can also leave me messages right here on this Facebook page, Dave's Gone By. Either you can message me directly if we're friends, or just post under the extant shows. Either way, I'd love to hear from all of you folks. It would be wonderful to hear more and to have even more interaction.
No, Mr. Peabody. No.
Maybe not about the limerick, but
No,
other aspects of the program.
No.
Also want to remind you that you can check my Twitter feed, Radio Dave 2, Radio Dave the number 2, and please check out my other website, davelefkowitz.org. This is the website for all my writing, my theater reviews from going back to 30 years now, my plays, my song lyrics, many of the interviews I've done over the years for places like Long Island Woman and Long Island Pulse.
Woman!
So it's all there, davelefkowitz.org. And please don't forget that if for some reason you're like Leslie Hoban Blake and you didn't realize that the show has a website with a searchable archive of every show we've ever done, every interview we've ever done, and the skits and things, that's davesgoneby.com. We do have a YouTube channel. It's called Dave's Gone By. We're on archive.org on the Dave's Gone By channel. Our audio, so if you're just a podcast person and you just want to hear the show, our audio is at castbox.fm. And if you happen to live on Long Island in Nassau County and get Altice cable, Tuesday nights, 9:30 p.m. until 10:30 in the evening, 1 hour, a random excerpt of Dave's Gone By is on your TV on Channel 20 Public Access. Tuesday nights, Channel 20, Altice Cable, Nassau County. So many ways to watch and enjoy Dave's Gone By. But the real place to start is davesgoneby.com and, of course, this Facebook page. Well, it's almost 10 after 1.
Oh, my God.
In the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here I didn't think I would have enough stuff to fill 3 hours.
That Jen Maxfield, she was great.
Well, she
was great, yeah.
She's used to public speaking. She went to Columbia School, your alma mater.
Yeah, but Colombia, I mean, Colombia, you know, if you're a Colombian, you don't have to dice, you know?
Well, we said it. She did, and she teaches at Columbia now,
Yeah.
and she's also on Channel 4. So
Yeah.
watch her there. Read her book more
Yeah.
after the
I
break.
think that the approach of her book is very interesting. I think that is very, it's something I often wonder. I think that that's the opposite of hit and run. It's hit, run, but then revisit. I think that's a great premise. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really, and you're surprised. I'm surprised. I don't read that many books about journalism, but
Yeah, yeah.
it hasn't been done a lot more. And I wasn't
Yes.
when I first started reading it. I said to myself, you know, this is a book that they should give first-year journalism students, not
Yes.
Columbia, but
Yes.
anywhere, read this book because it gives you a whole wide perspective.
Just have to say this, David. So Natalie's book about the Central Park joggers on the curriculum of the Columbia School of Journalism. It's a required reading. Yeah, because she talks about the whole experience. But yeah.
No, I don't know if you wanted to use her name, but I guess now we kind of can't. Well, the book is out there. If you read the book about the wilding, right?
That's the
yeah.
That's the
these kids who
racist
were
term, yeah.
Tyrannized for it and were actually not guilty. You know that she was writing about it at that time for the Daily News, and she saw how the major dailies covered the story and covered the operative term. You know, and she wrote a book about it, and that book,
and she also followed up with there were adult men, the 5 kids who they were kids when it began, but then through the whole process she went back. I think it's I'm curious to read Jen's book too. That's great.
Yeah, it's a very good book and very
yeah.
I mean, I imagine Natalie's might be a little bit more academic, but maybe not.
No, I would say not. I would say it has academic, of course, components, but it's written in a storytelling way.
Can we name the book? Can we?
No, I don't know if we can. Let's go, David. It's almost 1:30.
You mentioned
it's almost 1:30. I know it's late.
It's 1:10. Well, 1:11 technically. So, but it is time. It is time. God, it is time to end the 857th episode of Dave's Gone By. We've been calling it To the Max in honor of Jen Maxfield. Next week, we have another wonderful guest. We have almost more of a photojournalist in a manner of speaking, a fellow named Jim R. Moore. Now, Jim spent a bunch of years as a performance artist, a street artist and mime. Don't hold that against him. And he did that for a bit and then realized that he kind of liked being on the other side of things and watching things and ended up becoming a photographer. So he's put together a lovely book, full-color book of photographs of folks who are doing and have done for all these years off-Broadway, avant-garde kind of performance art. Many people of the kind that we've had on the show, everyone from like Penny Arcade, I think Phoebe Legere is in there, maybe one or two of the NEA 7. I don't think Karen Finley's in there, but
okay.
Or Holly Hughes perhaps. Lois Smith and Peggy, they haven't been on the show, but the Split Bridges people. So it's just page after page after page of these really lovely photographs, nearly all of them capturing these artists in performance. And you know, it's a wonderful compendium to know of all these people. These are not big Broadway stars. These are people who are really toiling in the fields of out there work, of, well, it's much more mainstream now, but it wasn't necessarily when they started, of really doing boundary pushing, genre pushing stuff.
Okay.
It's, yeah.
Okay, no, that sounds good.
So it's Jim R. Moore is going to be the guest on next Saturday, July, what is it? It would be 16th. July 16th. We'll be here from 9 until noon or thereabouts to do the 858th episode of Dave's Gone By. Until then, you know, just if you're eating your hot dog, look around, maybe make sure nobody's there to push you out of your way or to shoot you because it's America, or Japan or Denmark or whatever, or Chicago. And then just enjoy. Let's give it up one time for really. I mean, okay, sure. Wilt Chamberlain, incredible athlete. You know, the great runners of the Olympics, and Muhammad Ali, and Tyson, and these monsters of the ring. Let's give it up one more time for Joey Chestnut, who can win an eating competition, even if he doesn't break the world record again, his own record, in the middle of a terrible muggy heat day in Coney Island, can bring down an assailant while eating 3 hot dogs at one time, bring him down, and within seconds continue eating. This is a great art, ladies and gentlemen. This is an athlete. Joey Chestnut, I salute you. And I salute you, Joyce, my wonderful and adorable wife. Thank you so much for your help during the show and for bringing so much fun to both the on-air stuff as well as the things you're posting and helping with on Facebook.
Sure.
That really brings a lot to the show as well. So I will, well, maybe I'll actually see you in person next week. We can be back to test negative. But until then, we will see you next week in the Daverhood, 9 a.m. next Saturday, July 16th. Until then, don't miss your days going by and gone by.
Days gone by, days gone by.